Right. I looked at Asusa, who was staring through the gateway. Oh. Choice immediately. Leave it, Chihaya. Hey, Chihaya, could I ask you for a quick favor? Yeah, it would be terrible if something happened if we left her out there all day. I'd really like for her to come inside the house. Chihaya agreed right away. It was clear she was just as worried about Asusa as I was. I opened the gate and followed after Chihaya as she made her way toward Asusa. It may have been better if Chihaya went on her own, but I feel awful putting all the pressure on her. Asusa glanced over at me. Asusa glanced over at me again. No, that's not right at all. Asusa wasn't looking at me. She was sneaking glances past the hedges towards the old estate. Oh, are you interested in old buildings or something? Nailed it. Although she refused to smile, I could easily read her facial expressions. You've been looking at the house for a while, and your eyes are practically sparkling. Asusa quickly spun around and turned her back to me. The way she moved was adorable, almost like a small animal. Blushing all the way up to her ears didn't make for a very persuasive argument. Chihaya approached Asusa and softly placed both hands on her shoulders. She gave those small shoulders a nudge toward the gate. Asusa took several steps and eventually passed through the gate. Asusa stood in the yard, her mouth slightly agape as she gazed vacantly at the building. The usual wariness in Asusa's voice slowly began to fade. It appeared the exterior of the Hojo estate that piqued her interest. The fact that now I might be able to learn more about Asusa. Asusa, would you help us, please? Asusa looked conflicted. Her desire to see the inside of the house and her refusal of being friendly with me were clearly at odds. Normally she would mull it over and stand her ground. She wanted to have fun with us, didn't she? Asusa was torn by the things she wanted to do because of her distrust in me. would be a bit underhanded, but if all she needed was a nudge in the right direction, if there was anyone I could rely on here, it would be the demon of sheer communicative prowess, the trendy girl, Misara-sama. Misara, help to put everyone to straight. My hand? Giving Misara a look? Misara noticed the look I'd given her and instantly understood my intent. It was decades in the making, but being on the same wavelength as my siblings certainly came in handy in times like this. My sister, quietly snuck up behind the conflicted Asusa. Love-cessed. Yes. It's a word. We are making it happen. Hello, Cyan. How are you? I cleared my cookies. And now some things are different. Where is this? Where do I turn on the timestamps? Well, I don't. Well, timestamp for new messages. There we go. Why is this hidden away? I found it! Yay, it only took 3 hours. Azusa was floored when Misara swooped in and coiled her fingers around her arm. Misara wrapped her arm around Azusa's and guided her toward the entryway. Azusa continued to struggle when Aino-chan hugged Azusa's other arm with both hands. Azusa eventually entered the estate, but only after literally being dragged inside. Good job, Misara. Hinata appeared wary as she watched the scene from the sidelines. Azusa snapped and put up a struggle when Misara grabbed her, likely putting Chihaya in danger. That's likely how she saw it anyway. It'll be fine. Misara's a pro when it comes to making friends. She wouldn't force someone to tag along if they were fully opposed. Chihaya's words were absolute in Hinata's mind, who readily agreed with the sentiment. Alright, why don't we get to work? It's a thing now. Cyan, don't fight it. Do not fight it. Look, I didn't fight the stupid bottle ice cream shit. Hey, that's a thing that exists in real life. Let's look it up. Ice cream milkshake. Oh my god, that's delicious. That looks delicious. In the bottle. I guess it's like a drinking yogurt, but they suck out of it instead of using a straw. The milkshake is something different here. I'm just searching what they call it. I've had juice that I had to suck out of the package. Like, So I don't think it's out of the ordinary that you can get a milkshake ice cream like that. If there's juice, like you squeeze the bottle and you drink it because it comes up. Oh, and I've had yogurts like that as well. Even though I don't eat them like that. Usually what I do is, like my mom would buy those kinds of yogurts, not me. And sometimes when they were almost expired, she would pass them on. Like, oh, I'm not eating this in time. Take them, because I know you'll eat them all in one day. Basically that's it. So I would squeeze them out of the package and into a bowl or a cup and eat them out of there instead of sucking on the package, because I didn't really like sucking on the package. Don't take that out of context. Might be out of touch. Maybe. We're old. We're old men now, son. The future is now, old man. Looks like there's no point changing out the light bulbs in here. I emulated Jin-san's workflow by jotting down the check wiring on my notepad. The work itself would come another day, though. And again, this was the only trouble spot I'd run into on the first floor. The building itself had aged relatively well and was properly maintained while in use. If this was as bad as it gets, then I think I can handle this job on my own without Dad or Jin-san. The last year is finding how out of touch I am with Mother and stuff. What else has happened? Did you join TikTok? Oh, there's a new Cupid game. Hey Hooven, how are you? The fine art. I'm sorry, sir. It's mostly music. I don't know if she gets popular anymore. Well, me neither. But I never knew that. By the way, did you guys see GTA collection has been fixed? Like, basically completely remade? Didn't know it was full-on remake. Well, technically, it is now closer to the original experience than what they put out before. But yeah, it's pretty different. Yeah, there were no news about it. At least not on IGN. I only saw YouTubers talk about it. No actual news pieces. But it's cool. It's cool that they didn't let it stay like the broken mess that it was. Those games deserved better, for sure. Those are seminal games in the history of video games. They deserve to be treated with respect. Play the collection? Well, now you can play it and have a good time. When is it fixed? Today. It was fixed today. They actually removed the Groove Street Games logo from the collection, so I think it looks like a pretty big shakeup. Like that's the developer that did the ports. I don't know what that means, but I don't understand. Echo, did you see my message? Oh, you did. You answered me. Never mind. I'm drunk. I'm not. Yeah, I know you saw it. You got the hardest trophy of San Andreas? Let me know when you want to run some Phasmo. I gotta do it before the 30th. But any day is good. Whenever you think you'll be home at the appropriate time. I believe I have it installed. Yeah, it's here. I hope it's fun. That was so popular on PC, right? Trophy list looks fun. Oh, I didn't look. Does it have a plat? Sure. Hey, maybe. Usually, multiplayer games trophy lists are very grindy, so I'm probably not up for it.
ですが、庭の昆虫で食いつなげるかもしれませんね。
My friend actually said yes, that she would play it with me, but then I remember that when I was taking a look at the codes, I was like, this PS5 only. She only has a PS4. A few of them require dying to the ghost. Well, I'm getting those organically.
やめてよ。怯える千早様、麗しい。ひなた？いつまで畳に転がってんの？だって気持ちいいんだもん。お腹眠くなっちゃった。あいの、子供は何人作る？やだ、ジュニアさん、月が見ています。お前たち遊びすぎ。やるならちゃんとやれ。まだチェック終わってないでしょ。
No issues here either. Almost done. Hey, Misara. What are they all doing?
Hinata, わざとやってない？物置には窓ないでしょ？気のせいです。さあ、次は土蔵です。暗闇&虫の恐怖です。
You beat Yakuza 6 today? Nice, nice. Did you like it?
土蔵にも窓ないよね。見る必要ある
？I guess 7 must feel very different from 6, so going from one to the other probably not that bad. Now is Gaiden. 7 is before Gaiden. Weren't you playing 6 and Gaiden at the same time, or something? Or 7 and Gaiden? You really are an insane person. What do we do with Ruben? We need an intervention. A cross-country, cross-planet intervention.
もちろんです。さあ行きましょう。さあさあさあさあ。やめて
ー。I'll have to step in if they keep that up. The intervention was yesterday?
ここでもないか。
Finished my task and considered helping one of the others when I spotted Chihaya loitering by the front door. Is something wrong?
ジュヤ、ねえ、ウサギ見なかった？一緒に歩いてたんだけど、いつの間にかいなくなってて。
Didn't have it when I saw you earlier. I was certain she was empty-handed earlier when she and Minata were messing around.
だよね。その前にどこかに置いてきたと思うんだけど。
As long as it wasn't tossed outside, I'm sure you'll find it eventually.
そうだけど、もうひなたが脅かすから。ねえ。
Whoa. It startled me. I didn't even sense her coming. Asusa, what's up? Where are Misara and Aino-chan? He held up her right hand without answering the question.
これ
She was holding the stuffed bunny in her hand.
2階の一番奥の部屋に落ちてた。さっき見たから、あんたと一緒に歩いてるの。
Chihaya cradled the stuffed animal Asusa had offered her with both hands. I had thought the face Chihaya made when she walked around with that stuffed animal was unique, but I guess Asusa made the same face.
ありがとう。連れてきてくれて嬉しい。
Asusa is one of the worst names that you can ask me to say correctly. Is there's a tendency to do both syllables the same way, like Azusa or Asusa. I kinda hate saying it. So the game will force me to say it 5,000 million times. When Azusa saw Chihaya hug the stuffed animal tightly, she said,
それ、自分の？そうだけど、何？別に、なんでウサギなのかなって。おじいさまがプレゼントしてくださったものなの。すごく小さな頃だけど。
Chihaya squatted down in place and set the stuffed animal on the floor. He and the bunny were at equal eye level.
ここで過ごしていた時、いつも一緒だったの。追いかけっこしたり、ご飯を食べたり、背比べしたりね。
It was all sound difficult to pull off together with the stuffed animal.
ぬいぐるみじゃなくて友達です。まあ、おままごとよね。ひなたと出会うより前は友達がいなかったから。
Chihaya stood up and, this time, pointed the stuffed animal at Azusa.
私は好きよ、うさぎ。あなたは？
Azusa briefly turned her attention toward the rabbit.
別に。昔は嫌いだったけど、今はどうでもいい。
Azusa apparently hated bunnies in the past. I wonder what happened to Azusa to make her feel that way.
ねえ、あずさって呼んでもいい？
Oh, Chihaya made an abrupt move. Probably hadn't realized how drastic of a move she had just made. The way she could skip steps and delve into the heart of a matter seemed to stem from her high-class upbringing. How should I put this? The way she phrased things was a tad poor, but Chihaya was confident she wouldn't be turned away. She was, of course, open-minded enough to realize when something was out of her control. It was the sort of reaction you would expect from being spoken to that way. Since she didn't immediately reject Chihaya's suggestion, Azusa really may just be overly wary of me. Azusa hesitated and let her eyes wander a bit when...
いいけど。本当？ありがとう、あずさ。
Clearly, they should call her Asucha.
あずさ、明日も来れる？明日は私と一緒にやらない？この家のこともっと知ってもらえたらなって。
After faltering for a bit, Asusa spoke with her head hung. Chihaya was being just as pushy as Shunyu today. Or so I thought when...
ごめんください。
The door flew open and Shunyu's lively voice boomed from the entryway. Is this a case of speak with the devil?
準
we didn't speak about her. We were just thinking of her. As if her yelling wasn't enough, Chunyu literally greeted us with open arms. Then her eyes landed on us. Azusa seemed fairly surprised to see Chunyu. After sliding on her shoes, which were lined up on the door floor near the entryway, Azusa tried to slip by Chunyu and make a quick escape. When they crossed paths, Chunyu grabbed Azusa's wrist. Chunyu turned Azusa to face her with a hard tug. It happened so suddenly that Azusa did so without resistance. Despite how anxious Azusa looked, Chunyu hardened her stare and continued to speak.
友達がよりよく荒れるように協力することが大事だと思ってたのよ。でも人によってはそれが重荷になること教えてもらったです。純也に。
Chunyu glanced at me bashfully.
あずさのこと何も知らないのに偉そうなことを言って追い詰めてしまったこと反省してるよ。違う。許してほしいです。うちあずさと友達になりたいです。やめてよ。違う。私は別に。うちのこと嫌いになっただろうけど、どうか。やめてってば。
Everyone fell silent when Azusa's voice echoed in the entryway.
言われた時はムムってなったけど、あんたの言ったことは別に間違ってなかった。でもだからって私がどうするかは私の勝手だから。だからあんたについて怒ったりとか気だったりとかはしてない。どうでもいい。でもあの時声をかけたら走って行っちゃったです。あれは。
Azusa's enthusiasm quickly faded and she averted her gaze. Eventually, Azusa awkwardly spoke up in no more than a whisper.
バイト。
Huh?
6時からバイトなの。遅番の。本当はもっと早く帰るつもりだったけどしたかったから。お参り。返事しなかったのはごめんだけど、こっちもギリギリだったの。うちが言い過ぎたからじゃなかった。さっきからそう言ってるし。
Chunyu sighed in relief and held a hand out to Azusa.
なら握手です。
Azusa still had an iffy look on her face but placed her hand in Chunyu's.
仲直りね。事情はよくわからないけど、よかったわ。あ、そうよね。千早はわからないよね。いいのよ、気にしなくて。
All the same, Azusa had a job. That had to mean she was a high school student, right? I was fairly certain middle schoolers weren't allowed to work part-time. What did she do for work? It didn't seem like she was in the service industry. Wait, did that mean... Was that why you ran out of Sugenda to get to work?
そうだけど、あんたの家、バイト先近いから時間調整にちょうどいいの。
Oh, now it made sense. Was that really the reason? I'm glad to know it's not because you hate me.
あんたは嫌い。高谷になろうとしてるから。だから監視は続ける。
Azusa,
明日も来るから。
Azusa already knew that everyone was going to be here again tomorrow. Which meant...
待ってるからね。うん。また明日です。あれ、あざん帰っちゃったの？
Just as the front door closed, Misara and Naino-chan walked in, with Inata trailing close behind. She said she'll be back tomorrow. Aren't you glad, Chunyu?
はいです。ほっとしたよ。
Chun Chun.
こんにちは、チュンユーさん。こんにちはだよ、二人とも。遅くなってごめんね。今からちゃんとお手伝いするよ。アズーンの代わりによろしく。
Chunyu fit in better than I expected. This had to be thanks to Mizura's powers. No, maybe Chunyu's own powers came into play. Was it really okay to give her the nickname Chun Chun though?
チュンユーさん、あずささんと何かあったんですか？え？いえ、今ジュンヤさんが良かったなって。
Oh, don't worry about it. They had a small disagreement, but it's already been resolved.
そうですか。
I got Shun glanced between Chunyu and me, looking weird. Worried.
ねえ、ジュンヤ、明日は朝から集まらない？
Huh? I was surprised by the rather sudden suggestion, but...
いいじゃん、それラブチ。賛成です。この家をたっぷり堪能したいよ。
Oh, they were up.
じゃあ、みんなでお昼ご飯も食べよっか。あ、じゃあ私、ジュンヤさんの、じゃなくて、皆さんのお昼ご飯作ります。
Rhino-chan clenched her fist to hype herself up. With that said,
いいでしょ、ジュンヤ。
I don't really mind. Had no reason to refuse.
やったー。
It's just, aren't we getting ahead of ourselves? We haven't even finished the day's work yet.
あー。あー。
I'll help, so let's wrap all of this up.
ジュンにラブチじゃない。
It's supposed to be sunny tomorrow, so maybe we could eat lunch outside.
ジュンにやっぱりラブチ。
Now she is.
ジュンにおっきろー。
Ow. I woke up to Mizura landing another axe kick to my stomach. Damn. Could do without that. I do love her normal outfit more than her school outfit. Sure. Told you not to do that. Wake me up like a normal person.
やりました。でもジュンに全然おっきしないんだもん。
It sounded like it would be best for me not to ask what she'd done to me while I was asleep. Junia is a domestic abuser. What do you mean? Junia is domestically abused. He got X kicked. Junia is me. Her name is Mizura.
さっさと着替えて朝ごはんだよ。洗濯するから、それ全部脱いで。
Mizura is a domestic abuser. Sure. I'll agree with that. Mizura used her foot, which was still planted on my stomach, to push the hem of my night sweats down my hips. Stop it, I can undress myself.
ジュンニーのマッパなんて見慣れてるし、今さらいいじゃん。
It does matter. Enough, get out. Oh boy. Today's breakfast was French toast with plenty of jam and a garden salad on the side. There was also self-serve instant corn soup you could pour water into from the instant kettle. Normally when I was on breakfast duty, I would just tear up some cabbage, fry a few eggs, and toss a couple of slices of bread on the toaster. She's a monster? Compared to that, Mizura's offerings were much more impressive, and she had a reasonable repertoire on rotation. Not that it meant I was going to try and do better or anything, though. Well, at least she makes a great breakfast. Yeah. Dad was often commissioned by Chihaya's grandfather and would occasionally have tea with him. Maybe that was partially why he affectionately called him Grandpa Ojo. He wants to run a cafe, but the rest is up in the air at the moment. We spent yesterday inspecting the house to check what needed to be repaired. Dad was a man of few words, but he seemed oddly inarticulate today. What's wrong? If you need help with work, just tell me. They'll get by, even if I'm not there today. It's just that you're doing the company's work on your own time for free. Got that backwards. You were off doing your own thing for Mazuza yesterday before she left too. What do you mean, love cessed?
私とアイノが歩いてんじゃん。そしたらアズンがついてこないわけ。振り返るとアズン立ち止まってぼんやり見てるんだよね。
What?
なんだろう、家だと思うけど。
Yeah, I bet.
違うの、そういうことじゃなくって、なんて言うんだろう。壁とか床とかじゃなくってさ、家を見てるって感じなの。
That made even less sense.
気になるならアズンに聞いてみれば？
I guess so. Now that I knew Asusa didn't hate all of us, I was hopeful we could talk more going forward. With a few more hints, I could probably piece together her relationship with Takaya too. It was now day 2 and we were going to be performing a thorough cleaning on the old estate. I assumed inspecting the house would take 2 days, but we managed to look everything over thanks to both Asusa and Shunyu. Today I was responsible for weeding the yard, while the others took care of cleaning the inside. With any luck, we should be able to call it quits by tonight. Phew, I think this about does it. The yard wasn't too far gone, mostly since it was pre-summer. It was still quite an undertaking due to its sheer size. I wiped away the sweat from my brow with my gloves, and paused when a towel was offered to me.
どうぞ、純也さん。持っててください。
Thank you, Aino-chan. I took it from a beaming Aino-chan, wiped up my face, then flung the linen over my shoulder.
私のタオルに純也さんの汗が。
Oh no.
何言ってるの、私。
Sorry, what?
いえ、何も。
Really? Where should I leave your towel when I'm done?
あ、それ家から持ってきたものなので、私に返してもらえれば。
Really? Sorry, I might get dirt on it. I'll wash it first.
大丈夫です。洗わずに返してください。ぜひ、そのままで。
Oh boy. Hmm?
ひなち、準備は OK？ 問題ありません。ただの雑巾がけでも手を抜くつもりはありませんよ。ラブチじゃん。往復して壁にタッチした方が勝ちね。なんか書ける？私は次女としての、みーちゃんはギャルとしてのプライドが掛け金です。それで十分でしょ？ そうこなくっちゃ。なら私はギャルとしてアイヌのために勝つ。私は北条家の次女として千早様のために勝ちます。勝った方の恋が実るかも。実るといいですね。まあ正直別にどうでもいいんですけど、よーいドン。
People are being very competitive here.
この振り子時計、とても趣があるよ。
Chunyu's pants go down very much. I think it's in contrast to how Hinata's skirt goes.
ありがとう。おばあ様の嫁入り道具だったんですって。素敵です。あれ？でも時間が合ってないよ。ゼンマイを巻くネジが見つからないのは家のどこかにあるはずなんだけど、12時になると綺麗な鐘が鳴るの。ジュンユーにも聞かせてあげたい
な。I thought you said the key was never a thing and the clock was just decoration.
楽しみです。こっちのオルゴールも可愛いね。これもおばあ様の家から送られたものよ。あれ？これ持ち上がれないよ。倒れやすいみたいで、おじい様が接着剤で留めちゃったの。ワイルドですね。オルゴール鳴らしてもいいです？ごめんね、これもネジが見つからないの。千早のおじいさん、物持ちがいいのか悪いのかよくわからないよ。私もそう思う。二人ともちゃんと掃除しなよ。
We took a lunch break around all sat on the veranda that overlooked the yard together, and enjoyed the rice balls that Aino-chan and Misara made for us. For the start, I provided everyone with their own hapiko, as in the tide I paid for it. They're back to doing this stuff. You all really love those, huh? Misara held the hapiko firmly between her lips and pointed to Azusa. These were worth buying. Junya asked with a bright blue hapiko in her mouth. That's a seasonal flavor, blue Hawaii. Mine is just basic chocolate. Junya popped her hapiko out of her mouth and held it in front of me. How many times are we gonna what? Eat it? Many times, many times. See it? Many times, even more times. Wet plastic tip shone in the sunlight. Do we want to share? No. Oh. My guide says I don't want to drink from her filthy, filthy mouth. No. No, that's not happening. She waved the hapiko container in front of my face. If you want to try it, then you can just buy your own some other time.
さては関節キス気にしてるです？
I mean,
気にしないでいいのよ。夜通しビール缶回し飲みした仲です。今さら照れる必要ないで。いつの間にかジュンユーと仲良くなってたみたいね。ジュンヤ、私お二人の話もっと聞きたいなって。
I wonder why it was. We were under the big blue sky, yet it felt like the nearby temperature was gradually dropping.
二人でどんなお話してたのかな。聞かせてもらえますか。
I had a feeling I was going to be put into a rather precarious position no matter what I said.
さっきから思い出したんだけどさ、お店にユーリ来た時びっくりしたよね。ユーリ？誰です？ユーリって言ったら綾瀬ゆりかでしょう、アイドルの。
You're amazing, Mizuru. Your big brother is obsessed with the way you change topics. I love you so much.
アイドル？チュンチュン気になる？気になるよ。お店に来たです。
Junie was nodding vigorously.
ジュンユアイドル好きなんだ。ちょっと意外。あずん詳しいよね、ユーリーのこと。
Azusa innocently set down her apiko and gave a small nod back to Misura.
パルセイトっていう5人組アイドルのメンバー、誰でも知ってる。ダンスが特徴、どの曲でもすっごい上手に踊るの。それでユーリーはダンスだけじゃなくて歌もすごいの。センターじゃないけど5人の中で一番うまいの。すごく頑張り屋さんで、デビューしたすぐの頃は毎日。
Azusa noticed that everyone was silently staring, blushed bright red, and went quiet. We were all likely thinking the same thing, but this was the first time any of us had ever heard Azusa talk this much. As usual, she refused to smile, but she still opened up to us.
でもパルセイト、今ユーリー抜きで活動してるんだよね。どうして引っ越してきたんだろう。休業に関係あるのかな。
Hey Misura, that's a customer's personal information.
ごめん、ジュニー。
To be honest, Misura shouldn't even have mentioned her coming by the store.
大丈夫。周りに言いふらしたりなんてしないから。
Please don't.
うちもここだけの話にしておくのよ。
Following a docile nod, Junie remained fixed on Azusa and asked,
休業ってどういうことなのよ。そんなに才能あるのにアイドル辞めてしまったです。事務所は学業優先のためって言ってるけど、その事務所と揉めたんじゃないかって噂になってる。
You really do know a lot about her, Azusa.
うるさい。
Azusa turned away from me and resumed sucking on her Hapiko ice cream.
事務所と揉めた。方向性の違いとかそういうの？ほら、自分の思うアイドルはこんなんじゃない、やめてやるってさ。アイドルネタのゲームでありがちなシナリオですね。ひなたもそういうの好きなの？いいえ、一般論ですが。
Was it actually the case, though?
それよりも千早様、そろそろ続きをやりませんか？
True enough, this should be enough of a break. It wouldn't be good for us to lounge around for too
みん
long.
な、午後もよろしくね。
Shh. Hey, Misura, I know Chan is... Azusa was standing around by herself in the hallway of the second floor. She put her hand against the thin wall alongside the rows of sliding screens and stared at it, almost like she was in a daze. With her chin craned upward, I couldn't help but be captivated by the faraway look in her eyes. She wasn't acting like herself, and I couldn't get a read on her emotions. Azusa? Azusa ripped her hand away from the wall and turned toward me, seemingly embarrassed for being caught. Oh well, I was wondering what you were looking at. Misura said. Azun didn't seem like she was looking at the walls or floors, but the house itself. It appeared she had finally given in to the nickname Misura gave her. What's so special about it? Does it look like a house you used to live in or something? Azusa briefly glanced at the wall she'd been touching moments before. I see. My reply must have sounded somber. Azusa continued, her tone somewhat flustered. I know, you don't talk much, but you don't seem the type to lie. I think you're an honest person by nature. Azusa turned away again, but I could still see her bright red ears. Good. Azusa.
でもあの時水源堂でお前を見てたらすごくイライラしちゃって、私に優しくしてくれた高谷はもういないのに、なんでお前はヘラヘラ笑ってるんだって。それで思ってもないこと言っちゃって。
I could tell, even from this distance, that her eyes were glassy.
ごめんなさい。
Tears spilled from the corners of her eyes and formed lines down her fair cheeks. She hurriedly wiped her face with the sleeve of her hoodie. I was sure she had been looking for an opportunity to apologize for a while now, and it came as a relief to know that she could finally make that happen. I felt terrible for making this small girl bottle up all of those feelings for so long. From the bottom of my heart, I knew I needed to do something for her. You hired my brother to do a job, didn't you? You really can't tell me what it was? I would like to see it through to the end. It was the last thing that my brother did, after all.
お前は高谷の代わりになんてなれない。
It was the usual reply. However, the sharpness to her words had all but disappeared.
バイトあるから帰る。
Replacing. Azusa passed by me to go down the stairs. Is it wrong for me to take over for Takaya? I opened my mouth, and that was the first thing that came out. I didn't look at her. I couldn't look at her. Everyone else forgave me, but you're right. I'm the one who killed my brother. If I hadn't ridden in the van with him, and he'd gone by himself, then he might have been safe. There's no way he would have died in the accident. I was a burden, and this piece of junk head of mine can't remember what happened. I'm sure that's how it went, though. My brother died because I was there and responsible for killing him.
お前
Which is why, if my brother has any unfinished business, if there's someone out there who misses him this much, then I have to fill in for him. It feels like something I have to do. Is that really so wrong? The words I never intended to share with another living soul, feelings that I had locked away in the deepest reaches of my heart, keep spilling out like a dam. I hadn't opened up like this to anyone since Taka died. My body went stiff and I had no idea what sort of face I was making. As I went rigid, Azusa stood in front of me and glared. Azusa,
あんたはタカヤの代わりになんてなれない。そんなの私が許さないから。
all of the tension left my body, and what little willpower I had left went along with it. I crouched down in the hallway and leaned my back against the wall. Won't allow it, huh? She had never rejected me so harshly before. Why was that exactly? We were closer now than ever. At least that's how I felt about it. One of the sliding screen doors to a nearby room quietly opened, and Chihaya apologetically peeked her head out.
さ
It was loud, wasn't I? I'm sorry.
なんで純也が謝るのよ。はあ
Chihaya stepped out into the hall and sat on the floor beside me. She silently peered up at where Azusa had been standing moments ago. Listen, Chihaya.
大丈夫。
Huh?
誰にも言わないよ。純也の思ってること。
I was going to ask Chihaya to keep what she had heard to herself. How could you tell?
わかるよ。幼馴染だもの。
Thank you.
どういたしまして。私こそ盗み聞きしちゃってごめんなさい。
It's fine. It honestly helps that you were there. Being like this with you is kind of a relief. It was like my soul left my body when Azusa stood up to leave, but I felt some semblance of normalcy now that Chihaya was with me.
そういえば昔はよくこうしてたよね。純也がお父さんに叱られると元気になるまで一緒にいるの。お話しするとかじゃなくて、並んで座ってじっとして。
Oh yeah, I guess we did.
あの頃から変わってないんだね、純也は。
Thought I'd grown up a little though. Chihaya softly patted my head.
頑張りすぎなの。もっと私に甘えていいんだよ。いつだってそばにいるんだから。
I know.
本当にわかってるのかな。
We spent a few brief quiet moments together as Chihaya leaned her face and body against my shoulder. I could vaguely hear Misora and Shunyu causing a ruckus off in the distance.
ねえ、どうするつもり？あずさ。
Being my childhood friend meant she wasn't going to baby me about this forever. Asusa doesn't expect anything of me. My brother may not either.
そうかもしれないね。
Like my brother, Asusa wants to be left alone. Aren't I being selfish by bringing all of this up then?
それは違うよ、純也。
Chihaya straightened her back and gazed into my eyes.
純也は自分のためじゃなくて、あずさとお兄さんのためにやってるの。
For Asusa and my brother.
そうだよ。 二人の結びつきを取り戻せるのは純也だけなんだよ。
My connection. Only I. It felt like the other half of my soul was gradually returning to my body. You always know the answer that I'm searching for.
わかるよ。
Chihaya stood up and gave me a mischievous smile.
幼なじみだもの。みんな、ジュース持ったよね。
そら、乾杯するまで飲んじゃダメだよ。はーい。じいちゃん、早く早く。
はいはい。
Chihaya cleared her throat and sat up straight at Misara's
み
urging.
んなが手伝ってくれたおかげで、家の点検も大掃除も無事に終わりました。本当にありがとう。リノベはまだ始まったばかりだけど、これからもよろしくね。それじゃあ、乾杯。
Bye.
乾杯。
Now that everything was done, we held a small wrap-up party in the living room. Since there were two minors present, there was a lineup of soft drinks and sweets spread out on the table.
終わったー。
Misara chugged her orange juice and sprawled her arms out on top of the tatami. Hey, don't be rude.
女の子しかいないからいいじゃん。
I'm here, you know.
順に見たいの？
Idiot.
みーちゃん、先ほどはいい走りを見せてもらいました。
ひなちーの雑巾さばきもラブチかったよ。
The cloth cleaning competition. I saw that from the yard. Who won?
順にには教えてあげない。
あげなーい。
You too, Inata?
乙女の秘密です。
Oh.
純也、お疲れ様。
Chihaya, who had been chatting with Aino-chan, crossed the tatami to sit down next to me. You too. Good work.
ほんと助かっちゃった。純也には助けてもらってばかり。
Why?
そうだよ。ねえ、この先どうなると思う？
You mean with the renovation?
それもあるけど、もっと先の話。私たちが。
Us, huh? Didn't really know what she was getting at. Perhaps reading the yard earlier took more out of me than I thought. I really think we'll change all that much.
そう？
For starters, it's not like I was planning on leaving Sumisara once I graduate from college.
そっか。そうよね。
With that, Chihaya gazed absent-mindedly out at the yard.
ねえ、純也。あのね。いいや、また今度話す。
You sure?
大したことじゃないし。ちは
Shunyu called out to her friend and took a seat beside her.
や、ちはや、今日は本当にありがとね。どういたしまして。こっちこそ、純也に手伝ってもらって、すごく助かっちゃった。
家の中を隅々まで見ることができて大満足よ。それにあずさと仲直りできたね。
It was all a misunderstanding, so can you actually call it making up?
確かに友達が一人できたね。嬉しいよ。あずさいつの間に帰っちゃったです？うちあずさが話してたアイドルのこともっと聞きたかったよ。
今日もバイトなんだって。私もあずさとおしゃべりしたかったな。
I was at a loss for words, but Chihaya covered for me and answered in my place.
またお手伝いをお願いする時があると思うの。その時あずさも誘うからジュンユーも来てくれる？
もちろんだよ。うち古民家をリノベーションする計画とても興味あるよ。ぜひお手伝いさせてほしいね。
ありがとう、嬉しい。
喫茶店にするって聞いたよ。お金ずいぶんかかるんじゃないです？
あ、そうね。
出資が必要ならうち少しは協力できるよ。
出資？それって。
開店予定は何月です？
待ってジュンユー、まだそこまで詳しく決めてるわけじゃないの。夏に始められたらいいかなくらいで。
お金もスケジュールも決まってないのです。
Judy gave me a dubious look.
純也、本当なのよ。
Yeah, we've only just started, and I won't be able to help out much until Golden Week.
それでも全体像というものがあるはずよね。契約書には何と書いてあるです？
No, we haven't drafted one yet. Judy's expression tightened at my response.
純也、それはダメですね。たとえ友達が相手でも仕事は仕事なのよ。むしろそういう時こそしっかりすべきね。純也に前にも言ったよ。契約するということは仕事に責任を持つということ。純也にその気がなくても千早に対して失礼ね。
ジュンユー、ジュンヤは悪くないの。私がいつもこんな風にお願いしてたからつい。
千早も良くないよ。
Judy pointed her stern expression toward Chihaya.
人を動かすのならそのことに責任を持たなければダメ。頼むだけ頼んで後を任せるのは信頼ではなく判断の放棄なのよ。これ金額や工数の話だけじゃないです。いつかやってくるお客さんへの真摯さの問題ね。どんなに小さなお店だとしてもそれを適当にしていいはずがないのよ。純也やみんなの力を借りるのは問題ないよ。でも何をするにしても決めるのは千早なのね。千早はやるべきことをやっていないよ。しっかりと自分で決めるべきなのよね。
Chihaya and Inata's expression stifled at Shunryu's comment. Shunryu, that's... Chihaya shouted sharply and hung her head, rendering the living room deathly silent. Soon after, she slowly raised her head.
いいの、ジュンヤ。ありがとう。
Chihaya.
ごめんね、ジュンユ。悪い癖なの。小さい頃から何でもジュンヤに頼ってた。ジュンヤはいつでも私の話を聞いて、私のお願いを叶えてくれた。いつの間にかそれが当たり前のことになっていたの。
Chihaya.
千早様。でもそれはあくまでもお友達としてのお願いの話だよね。ジュンユーの言う通り大事なことなんだから自分でちゃんと決めなきゃ。ジュンユーのおかげよ。すぐには無理だけどちゃんとするからね。
はいです。
ありがとう。
Chihaya stood up with a smile and headed for the sliding
ちょ
screen.
っと席外すね。
千早、
千早様。
Judy scrambled to her feet and called out to Chihaya.
髪直すだけ。すぐ戻るから。
うちまたやってしまったよ。
Can you plop down into her seat? Hey, are you alright?
俊也、
You tugged on my sleeve with tears welling in the corners of her lashes.
あずさの時と同じよ。うち千早に言い過ぎてしまったね。千早には千早の考えがあるのよ。うちは何も知らないのに千早を追い詰めるようなことを。
Alright, Chihaya said the same thing, didn't she? You're not wrong. Yes, she wasn't wrong. What Shunyu had said was a sound argument. Sound arguments were always correct. That was what made them sound arguments. Nobody was perfect all the time, though. Shunyu understood that concept well and wasn't the type to push that sort of thing onto other people. However, I'd imagine Chunyu's words stung because the person she had said them to knew she had been acting inappropriately. As I brushed the tears away from Chunyu's face, I briefly wondered if I was behaving properly too. That night, while sprawled out on my bed and staring absently up at the ceiling, my thoughts remained a jumble and I couldn't decide what to focus on first. Chihaya seemed like her usual self when she returned to the living room, almost as if she had forgotten all about the earlier exchange with Shunyu. Meanwhile, Shunyu was somewhat disoriented by the whole thing. That brought us to the present. I needed to focus, and just as I tried to concentrate, Chihaya's face popped into my mind, and my focus was once again scattered. I gave up on thinking this through and considered getting ready for tomorrow when it's Chihaya. Good evening. I gave it some thought after what happened this afternoon. I'm an adult now and I can't take advantage of your kindness forever. With that said, I think we should call off you helping me with the old estate for the time being. Huh? I'll try to do as much as I can on my own. Hinata agreed that this would be for the best. Hold on. When I desperately need your help, I'll make a formal request to Sugendo. You will be paid a fair wage, of course. Sorry to be so selfish when I'm the one who asked you to do this. Quickly typed in my reply. There's no need to apologize. And then my hand stopped. What should I do? How should I continue? How should I? Are you alright? Want to talk about it? I really wanted to hear her voice rather than have this discussion through text. I sent that message with that in mind, but she replied, I don't. I think I'll lose my nerve if I hear your voice. Please just humor me, if only for the sake of my independence. Independence, huh? I understand. Keep me updated. I'm here if you want to talk. Thank you. Good night. Night. She's going to try to do it on her own, huh? That was so unlike her, but it was proof of how strong her determination was. I was fairly worried whether she could make it work on her own, but I would support her regardless if she wanted to change. It was probably going to be a tad lonely, though. My phone chimed again. Oh, it's Shunyu. I tapped the screen and promptly heard her cheerful voice through the receiver. What's up? If it's about today, you really don't...
違うです。あ、今日のことでもあるんだけど、主杯のことなのよね。
She had mentioned something about sake cups during our drinking party. They were a memento gifted to Chunyu's great-grandfather by a friend, but she was presently unsure of their
う
whereabouts.
ち、主杯を見つけたいのに、これまで祖父に話を聞こうとしなかったね。祖父は厳しい人で、 余計なことを言って怒らせたりしないかって考えちゃって。
Yeah, I recall you mentioning that before. You also said that picturing him makes you want to run away.
はいです。うちあずさや千早にどうしてやるべきことをしないのかと言ったよ。でもそのうちがやるべきことをしていなかったです。だからさっき祖父に電話したよ。
That's the...
反省の表れね。祖父写真を持ってたです。探して送ってくれるって。
That's great news, isn't it?
はいです。背中を押してくれた純也のおかげね。写真があれば仕事として受けてくれるって言ったです。うち覚えてるよ。
Didn't believe I had said it like that exact. Got it. I'll help you look.
はいです。よろしくお願いしますなのね。あとこれは仕事でなくてうちのことなんだけどね。うち純也のことをもっと知りたくなったよ。
What do you want to know?
わからないね。
Huh?
純也、うちが今まで知り合った男の人の誰とも違うです。でも何が違うのかわからない。
What does that even mean?
だからもっと知りたい、純也のこと。
It didn't fully make sense to
夜
me.
遅いしもう終わりにするです。写真届いたら見せるよ。おやすみなさい、純也。
Yeah, good night. I didn't quite get what she was talking about. Was Junior drunk again or something? Well, setting that aside, I assumed the upcoming Golden Week holiday would be dedicated to renovating the old estate. But it was looking like it was going to turn into searching for the elusive sake cups instead.
おーい、純に。
Just barge in without asking. You could at least knock.
ひなち来てるよ。純に呼んでって。
Hinata is? It's weird for Hinata to come see me by herself.
千早様から連絡ありましたか？
About the renovation, she sent me a choco. Hinata broke the ice without so much as a greeting, and I passed over my phone with Chihaya's choco messages scrawled across the screen. Hinata silently read through our exchange, only to sigh and hand the device back to me.
旧宅で解散した後、私は千早様を家までお送りしました。心配だったので。
Worried. I replied to show I was paying attention, but Hinata glared at me in return.
みんなの前では普通に振る舞っていましたが、帰り道では明らかに思い詰めた顔をなさっていました。
Because Junior hit a sore spot?
ええ、北条邸にはたまたま木戸さんがいらっしゃり、3人でお茶を飲みました。その時、千早様がお決めになったのです。言っておきますが、これはリノベのことだけではありません。これをきっかけに、もう純也さんに頼るのをやめると。
My body suddenly felt very heavy at her words. I planted my feet firmly against the ground and fought back the urge to crouch down in place in front of Hinata. I hadn't realized how much I enjoyed having Chihaya rely on me, and it was painful to lose that part of our relationship. Even though I was incredibly pathetic to feel this way about a rich girl who was engaged to another man, I really needed to figure out what I was going to do from here on out.
どうするつもりですか？
For a moment I didn't quite know what Hinata was asking me. What do you mean?
千早様のことどうするつもりですか？
My feelings must have shown on my face. This wasn't good. I'm sad to hear she won't be relying on me anymore, but isn't that a good thing? It means that Chihaya has grown up.
それはつまり放っておくということですね。
Wouldn't go that far.
だったら
Hinata briefly hung her head, as if she were at a loss for words, only to look up and meet my gaze once more.
お願い純也さん、逃げないで
Hinata's intense stare made it feel as though my heart were set ablaze. Hinata?
千早様は一人では何もできません。昔からそうだったでしょ。
The lights from inside the house shone on Hinata's glassy eyes. True, but she said she wants to try. She made that decision all by herself, and I want to respect that.
本当にご自身で決められたと思ってるんですか？
What do you mean?
千早様は変わっていません。あの時から何も。千早様には純也さんが必要なんです。そのことを忘れないでください。失礼します。
I said goodbye to Hinata and made my way back to my room, only to stop in front of Takaya's bedroom door. Phew. I laid down on the tatami and looked up at the ceiling. What should I do? My brother would be disappointed if he heard me whine. Unsurprisingly, there was no response, and the house remained silent, save for the quiet melody coming from Mizura's bedroom. Yeah, of course. I contemplated my next move. As I stared up at the ceiling, what was I supposed to do now? Then again, I made my decision in the middle of my conversation with Hinata. Yeah, I'm going to help out with the renovations regardless. Chihaya was forcing herself, and she would be at an absolute loss without Hinata or I there to help. This behavior had to stop, and we couldn't be there to hold Chihaya's hand forever either. She would need to learn how to be more independent once she graduated university, got married to Kido-san, and became a supporting member of the Ojo family. I had thought this would be a good opportunity for that, but I was still uneasy. Hinata likely felt the same way, which was why she stopped by for a visit. I could just conduct the search for those sake cups with Shunyu alongside the renovation. We were going into Golden Week, so I would have plenty of time. That's what I should do, right? I asked myself one more time. Naturally, there was no reply. I heard someone come up the stairs. Mizura was in her room on the second floor, so it had to be Dad.
Yo.
As I suspected, my old man scaled the stairs and eyed me quizzically from outside Takaya's bedroom. What's up?
ミソラがな、順兄がぐるぐるしてるから話聞いてやってくれって。
Darn it, Mizura. To be expected of the poster child of communication and trendsetter, Mizura. I hadn't said a word to her, yet she had seen right through me.
仕事の話か?
Yeah, I guess so. I had more or less decided what I wanted to do, but I may as well take advantage of Mizura's goodwill here. Could I talk to you about it? My old man crossed the threshold and sat down cross-legged in front of me. In doing so, I shared everything that had been on my mind. How Chunyu had asked me to search for the sake cups, and how I was going to work on the renovation in parallel. After he heard me out in full, he closed his eyes for a short while and ran his fingers along his beard. Soon enough, he pulled his hand away from his chin and looked at me.
どっちかに絞れ。
Why? I can handle both of them at the same time.
ルールだ。長期作業の同時受けは禁止。
He was right.
長期はそれだけでリスクだ。途中で何が起きるかわからんしな。同時受けすればなおさらだ。片方の仕事で事故があって対応に時間がかかったとする。そのせいでもう片方の仕事も遅れる。場合によっちゃ共倒れになる。事故の責任がお前にあるかどうかは関係ない。お客様に迷惑がかかる。だから水源堂では長期仕事の同時受けは禁止だ。
Well, the renovations wouldn't be a job, would they? I forgot.
お前らしくないな。
Maybe it isn't.
つーかよ、そんなことでぐるぐるしてたわけじゃねえよな。そもそも普段のお前ならルールを忘れない。いや、ルール以前に 北条のお嬢さんを最優先にするだろうが。
He had seen straight through me. First Mizora, now my old man. I was seriously in a fix. It's not that simple. Chihaya didn't want any help, but she's clearly overextending herself, and I'm worried about her. You know how Hinata showed up earlier? Hinata asked me to help Chihaya too.
そうか。
My old man crossed his arms and fixed his eyes straight into me.
でもよ、ちっとばっかしもったいない気もするな。
Huh? What does?
その支配探しの仕事は、お前が初めて取ってきた仕事だ。お前がお前の力で取ってきた水源堂ではなく、水本純也だから頼みたいっていう初めてのな。なのに断っちまうのはな。信用第一の何でもやとしちゃ引っかかる。
Well, you're the one forcing me to turn it down. He had a point. Shouldn't you ask me since she had high hopes for my job
あ
performance?
とな、北条のお嬢さんは一度は断ったんだよな。が、お前は良かれと思って手伝おうとしている。伊勢さんも良かれと思ってお前の背中を押しに来た。そうなるとな、お嬢さん、本当にお前や伊勢さんに頼りきりになるんじゃないか？いざとなれば、良かれと思った誰かが何とかしてくれる。っていう状況が当たり前になっちまうのはまずいぞ。誰にとっても。
Was at a loss for words.
いや、あのお嬢さんがそこまで甘ちゃんだとは思ってねえけどな。けど、そういう積み重ねってのは、どこかで急に鎌首もたげてくるもんだ。ま、じっくり考えろや。
The old man scratched his lower back as he stood up.
どっちかに決められんなら、連休中はそれに専念していい。どっちもやんねえってんなら、ジンのサポートに入ってくれ。決まったら教えろや。おやすみ。
Dad. I rushed into the hallway and called out to my old man as he headed for his room.
あ？
I know what I want to do.
言ったろ？じっくり考えろって。
No, I don't need to. It's what I wanted to do from the start. I'll take the job from... Alright, that's our first big choice and save number 1 that we need to keep. So now we have a problem. The problem is I would pick Shunio, but the guy goes with Chihaya first. And there is a shitload of loading and saving and back and forth and stuff. So I don't feel very comfortable in letting in going the other way first. just wanted to change the save icon. This save will stay forever. Forever and ever. Yep, until the end of the PlayStation Network. Alright. I don't have the guts to go the other way first and maybe mess it up. Like Detroit, exactly. Whew. Yep, I guess it's the wrong choice though. You're up, aren't you? Come out, Chihaya. I also think this is the way we are going to find out about what happened to our brother, so I do want to do that. I realized she couldn't stay a childhood friend forever. And I was also of the opinion that she couldn't keep relying on me or Hinata for everything either. Chihaya was going to get married after she graduated from university after all. Kido-san. Kido-san was going to inherit everything from Ojo-san someday and eventually become a member of Congress. Chihaya had to become a suitable partner that could support someone like Kido-san. She couldn't stay a childhood friend who simply lived nearby and relied on me for everything forever. Not only would it look bad, but it would be rude to Kido-san. It wasn't in Chihaya's best interests for me to be glued to her all the time. If anything, it would only bring her misfortune. I, Hinata, and more than anyone, Chihaya herself knew this. I'm an adult now, and I can't take advantage of your kindness forever. I'll try to do as much as I can on my own. When I first saw that message, I realized the time had finally come. That was why I had, for a time, accepted what she'd said, because I thought it was what I was supposed to do. But I had been wrong. I was just running away. Like Hinata said, it was my fault for always indulging in Chihaya's requests and making her rely on me all the time. I hadn't taken responsibility for it yet, and now I had to watch over Chihaya as she worked tirelessly on her own. That meant seeing the renovation of the old estate through to completion. I had to watch over her until the day the cafe surely opened for business. Also, one other thing. The old estate might be the only clue I had to Asusa and Takaya's relationship. I couldn't willingly give that up, since I was responsible for that too. No, that's wrong. That's not taking responsibility. That was just an excuse. It's not about responsibility. Responsibility or the future were irrelevant. I just wanted to help Chihaya. Chihaya had said that she wanted to make the renovation of the old estate a final memory. I had realized the significance of the word final. It was obvious. It would be final between Chihaya and I. Chihaya wanted to make a final memory with me, her childhood friend. I wanted to make that come true for her. No, I didn't want to just make that her dream come true. I also wanted to make a final memory with Chihaya. I would see this renovation through to the end and make a proper final memory with Chihaya. As long as I did that, I could celebrate our marriage to Kido-san properly. Which was why this was my job. Answer, Chihaya. Is she already asleep? I'll have another talk with her tomorrow at the university. No, I couldn't. That wasn't it. That would be meaningless. Chihaya would completely change mental gears before the day was through, then go back to her usual self by tomorrow. Once that happened, neither I nor Hinata could change her mind no matter how we tried to persuade her. That was how she had always been. She was willing to let go of the things she couldn't have, and the thought alone made me shudder. So it had to be now. Now was my one and only chance to make an impact on her. The monotone melody continued. Was she not going to answer? Maybe I was too late. I'm sorry, Chihaya. Damn it. just as I was about to close Choco. Chihaya? Chihaya?
ほんと純也だな。優しすぎなんだよ、昔から。でもありがとう。嬉しい。
Haven't said anything yet.
わかるよ、幼なじみだもの。
See. Chihaya and I talked until dawn. Right. We only get the possible people in the route on the menu now. I barely even talked to that other girl. Well, let's take a break. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I wonder if I should turn off my heater. I don't think it's doing much work lately. I want to buy transparent umbrella for photos. I think it will look cool. Shooting in the rain is always a bit of a gamble, though. On our next day off, we met back up at the old estate. It was the same lineup of people as before. Myself, Chihaya, Inata, Asusa, and Shunyu, and finally Misara and Aino-chan. We gathered together today to brainstorm ideas regarding the overall direction of the cafe. But we had something important to do first. Basically, we were entering into a formal contract.
よし。住所と名前書きました。あとは千早様、主肉をどうぞ。ありがとう。ここに押せばいいのよね。なんかドキドキするね。
そう？私毎日見てるからな。空はそうかもだけど。
Just as Mizuna said, it was a normal clerical task. She was used to performing at Jigendo. Though it was called the execution of a contract, it wasn't like some formal signing ceremony where both parties made an exchange after signing documents in a binder. All we had the client do was to put down their name and address on a standard-sized sheet of paper and press their seal in 2 places. Even that piece of paper was one of many countless copies of the same form, and was one of the first tasks we knocked out over at Sugendo. However, after a lengthy discussion that evening, we decided to go the formal route with this renovation and enter into a formal contract with everyone present. Japanese really do love their bureaucracy.
はい、2箇所押しました。どうぞお納めください。
Let me take a look. They deliberately accepted the document with both hands to check over the contents. Everything looks great. Thank you for filling it out. Aino-chan and Mizura gave a round of applause. Seated beside me, Azusa pointed her tiny hand toward the form, resting on the top of the desk.
それ、値段とか書いてなくない？契約書ってそういうもの？
Quite the astute observation.
バレちゃった。実はそうなの。
Chihaya answered with embarrassment, but also with a smile.
これは見積もり申請書。見積もり？
Before we take on a long-term job, we provide an estimate of the required budget, and the client decides whether or not they want to go through with it after they see that information. It would cause problems if anyone were to say, I wouldn't have agreed if I knew it would be this much after the fact. The majority of Sugendo's customers were acquaintances, and that sort of thing happened very rarely.
どんな喫茶店にするかを決めて、材料費とか人件費とかを計算してもらって、その後で本契約になるのよね。
That's how it
だ
works.
からまだ本当の契約ではないんだけど。
Chihaya said anxiously before glancing over at Shunyu. Shunyu met her gaze head-on and proceeded to smile.
いいえです。契約は契約。正しい仕事の手順よ。ね、純也。
Shunyu shot me a wink, one that only I would understand. There was another implication to Chunyu's words that only I knew. As I made the decision to help Chihaya with the renovations, I contacted Shunyu and explained that I wouldn't be able to help her search for the missing sake cups right now.
そうですか。わかりました。気にしないでいいよ。中途半端にしない純也。とっても素敵です。
I told her I wouldn't mind helping once we were done with the renovations, but there was no telling when we could fit it into her busy schedule. As such, the search was temporarily put on hold.
純也、
We also need the photo
目を
first.
開けたまま寝てますか？
Sorry, I was thinking about something. You're absolutely right, Shunyu. This is how it should be. We also collect an operational expense for the work that goes into coming up with the estimates as well. And again, it wasn't going to cost her very much since I was the only one working on this job. The operational expense for the estimate would be tacked onto the wages in the contract. With that said, the contract was more or less solidified right here and now.
千早はやるべきことをやりました。立派よ。
ありがとう。純優が言ってくれたからだよ。改めてこれからもよろしくね、純優。
はいです。こちらこそよろしくお願いね。
Misara and Aino-chan clapped again. Aino-chan was somewhat moved to tears, but Misara was mostly just drawn in by her.
契約はこれで終わりね。じゃあどんな喫茶店にするかみんなでアイデアを出し合いましょうか。
Yeah. Why are we brainstorming? I thought the whole point of this was you need to decide. Still think it shouldn't be a cafe?
先生、質問です。
なんでしょう、みそらさん。
お店の名前は決まってるんですか？
それはまだお店の雰囲気に合わせようと思って。だからもう少し先かな。
ちーちゃんが決めるんだよね。
そうね、候補は募ると思うけど最後は私が決める。
ちーちゃんセンス楽しみ。ラブチーノお願いね。
千早様、立派になられて嬉しいです。
She really hasn't.
ひなちマジ涙ぐんでる？大げさすぎじゃない？この家全部喫茶店にするのではないですよね。
そうね、できて一部屋かな。例えばこの今とか。
ここ気持ちいいよね。テラス席作るのどう？
いいかも。そうだ、もう庭側を入り口にしちゃおうか。縁側を登って入ってもらうの。
それラブチ。
内装とかどうすんの？あまり大掛かりなことはできないと思うの。材料代もかかっちゃうし。
とても素敵なお部屋です。歴史も感じるね。逆にこのままの姿を楽しんでもらうのもいいと思います。座布団じゃなくて椅子の席も作ろうよ。2階の部屋とかレトロでラブチなのたくさんあったよ。はいです。大切に使われてきた年代物の家具ばかりだったね。あれをこの部屋に集めたらどうです？
それ採用。お座敷とテーブル両方ありにしましょう。
千早様、食器は新しく揃える必要があると思います。
Really?
昔はおばあ様が集めていた食器がたくさんあったのだけど、おばあ様が亡くなった時、おじい様が全部施設に寄付されたの。その方が食器も喜ぶだろうって。
Wow. We'll have to purchase tableware then. We might be able to save some money by hitting up flea markets and antique shops in the area. I was embarrassed after I said it, since it felt like a typical suggestion for a commoner to make, but Chihaya nodded with a robust smile.
そうする。探すの手伝ってくれるんでしょ？
You've got it.
さあ、他にアイデアのある人は？
はいです。お揃いの制服作りたいよ。着物に女バカマの女学生スタイル、大正ロマンね。だったらバニーガールにしようよ。エッチでラブチでしょ。
もうそれ喫茶店じゃないし。
Come on, Misara, you should try to take this seriously. I support her idea.
真面目だよ。ちーちゃんも着てみたいでしょ？
私が着るの？
千早様が女学生、あるいはバニー？女学生、バニー、決めがたい。
ひなた？
Bunny is the right choice. Following that, each of us contributed ideas in what was a relatively lively exchange of opinions. In the end, however,
どれも素敵なアイデアだけど、決め手に欠けるかな。
なかなか難しいね。
I wanted a selling point that would act as a pillar for the cafe. But coming up with an idea that didn't conflict with the atmosphere of the old estate and kept costs down wasn't something we're going to nail down immediately.
古民家再生カフェではダメなのでしょうか？
悪くはないけど。
でもさ、そういうカフェスミソラに結構あるよ。
True. I knew several cafes that sold themselves on being revitalized old homes.
海の近くだったらそれでお客さん来るかもだけど、まといじゃきつくない？
確かにそうかもしれません。
We continued our brainstorming session. I gazed around at everyone deep in thought when Aino-chan suddenly caught my attention. Aino-chan had been acting restless, looking up and then hanging her head dejectedly for some time. Looking back, Aino-chan hadn't said much today, despite being the sort of girl who was likely to have an interest in forming a cafe. Aino-chan. I startled her. Aino-chan, do you have any ideas? She blushed bright red and squirmed. Cute. This was exactly what made her feel like a little sister. If only Mizura had even 1% of this cuteness in her.
アイディアっていうか、私の勘違いかもしれなくて、その
Misunderstanding. I wonder what that meant.
アイノちゃん、よかったら教えてくれる？
Aino-chan looked between Chihaya and me before nodding.
この前、みんなで掃除してた時、私、千早さんに廊下で会ったんです。私、千早さんに、次はどこの部屋ですかって聞いたんです。そしたら千早さん、こう言ったんです。次は、図書館って。
The library.
図書館？私が言ったの？ごめんなさい。やっぱり私の聞き間違いだったんです。でもその時千早さんとても楽しそうだったから。ちょっと待って。図書館。ああ、そうよ、おじいさまの書斎。私あの部屋を図書館って呼んでた。ここ、部屋の真ん中にも本棚が並んでるでしょ。だから図書館。
Her little group was hot on Chihaya's heels as she rushed out of the living room and made her way to the study. Chihaya affectionately brushed her fingers along the spines of the books lined up on the shelves.
私、ここにいるのが大好きだった。大好きな本に囲まれて、大好きなおじいさまがそばにいたから。おじいさまがお出かけされていた時も、ここでウサと一日中かくれんぼや鬼ごっこしてたな。
Bun? Did you say bun? Could that be the stuffed bunny?
そう、ウサ。あの子の名前、ウサ。
That was very hard to remember.
図書館とウサ。すっかり忘れてたけど、心は覚えてたのね。私も好きです。図書館。本に囲まれて、静かで落ち着いてて、天気のいい日でも雨の日でも楽しい場所だから、思ったんです。図書館カフェってどうかなって。図書館カフェか、素敵ね。
Wouldn't that work? You could move these bookshelves out into the living room.
いいですね。棚の置き方を工夫すれば個性が出せそうです。
はいです。おじいさまの蔵書も使いましょう。ここスミソラの郷土資料たくさんあります。ぴったりね。
それすっごいラブチン。
What do you think, Chihaya? I think it's a good idea.
私もそう思う。よし、私たちが作るお店のコンセプトは図書館カフェにします。
We have a bunch of old historical books and we're mixing it up with people eating. I don't know. Hey Melty, how goes it? I'm 5 minutes late. Hinata's going to give me an earful. We had settled on the concept of a library cafe, and our old estate renovation project was finally underway. Chihaya and Hinata had immediately began to investigate the necessary procedures to open the cafe. Today we were having a meeting to share those results. Good evening, Rin-chan.
いらっしゃい。お嬢様方がお待ちかねだよ。
I'm late. Hot coffee, please. I'll take it to go.
ならそこにいてくれ。すぐ入れるよ。そうだ。入れてる間にレコードでも聞くかい？
Shin-san seemed to have taken quite a liking to playing records in the restaurant. Sure, that's fine.
OK。今日はこれかな。
It was a Japanese-style song that didn't quite match the restaurant.
この曲、この店っぽくないだろう？でもこれも俺の思い出を呼び起こす曲なんだよ。足利島の近くに風流庵って和風ファミレスがあるだろう？そこの店長代理をしてたことがあるんだ。
As for Furyuan, it was a Japanese-style family restaurant with a relaxed atmosphere under separate branding from Resak. But there had been more of their restaurants popping up recently. If you were to speak of establishments near Ashikajima, that certainly should have been the #1 restaurant.
で、その時厨房を仕切ってたのが京子さん。凛のお母さんだ。
Was that where you met your wife?
奥さんとか言われると照れちゃうけど、まあそういうことだ。まああの頃は2人とも一緒になるとは思わなかったんだけどな。
ねえパパ、リン、風流庵行きたいな。
お、じゃあ今度の休みに。
すずねも一緒に。
却下。
She brought up a name I didn't know.
すずねっていうのはパパのお姉さん。パパがママの次に頭の上がらない人だよ。
凛、どんどんパパの個人情報を教えちゃダメだぞ。
はーい。
She didn't sound the least bit serious, but there was an unmistakable enthusiasm to her tone. They truly got along well. Had Misera been like this too?
ジュンくん、さっきから千早ちゃんとひなちゃんがこっち見てるけど、言ってあげなくていいの？
Hey, you're the one keeping me. Crap, I got absorbed in Hina-san's story.
まだちょっとかかるから席で待っててくれ。
I'm sorry, please, and thank you. Sorry, did you wait long?
全然待ちました。
So strict.
けれど許容範囲です。叱るほどではありません。こんばんは、純也さん。
Oh, she'd normally be angrier than this. Not to mention, she looked like she was in kind of a good mood today.
お待たせしました。
Rin-chan set the freshly made coffee in front of me.
ごゆっくりどうぞ。
お店を開くのに必要なことなんだけど、3つあったの。
Yaya looked at her favorite notepad spread out on the table as she held up her pointer finger.
まずは開業届。お店をやるには個人事業主っていうのにならなきゃいけなくて、税務署に開業届でしょっていうのを出すんだって。郵送でもいいそうです。問題がなければ受理されるとか。
Wow, it's easier than I thought to start a business. What's next?
2つ目は
食品衛生責任者資格。
You lifted up her middle finger and formed the peace sign. The peace sign with the middle finger?
食品を扱うお店の営業許可を取得するのに必要なんだって。
Qualifications, this is starting to get more complicated.
そうでもないみたい。1日講習を受けてテストに合格すればもらえるんだって。ちょうど来週、深沢の学習センターで講習会があるの。
Fukuzawa, it's that close? That was close enough by bike from a way station on monorail. Could it really be that easy?
食品を扱う店は幅広いですから、全国各地で毎月講習会が開かれてるようです。
How about that?
これは私が取ってくるね。店長さんだし。
Don't. Is it only the manager that needs to do it? Shouldn't everyone do it?
私もお供します。
お願いね。最後、3つ目。
He raised the ring finger, and the third slender finger pointed upward.
飲食店営業許可申請。これが一番大変かも。調理場の設備とかフロアの図面とかを書類にして提出するの。保健所の人が店に来て申請通りになってるか確かめるんだって。書類も点検も問題なしならようやく営業許可がもらえる。それでようやくお店が開けるってわけ。
It does sound like a lot of work. You think you can put the documentation together? The three fingers she had been holding suddenly went limp.
書類自体は難しくないんだけど、どう書いていいかわからない項目もあって、それに図面なんて書いたことないから正解がわからないし。
ネットに書き方の例は上がってるんですが、見真似で書いていいものなのか。
True, that could affect the business permit. Wasn't surprising that this wasn't an easy task.
お待たせしました。
Rin-chan set the plate she had been carrying onto the middle of the table, and it contained 3 large cream puffs. Did you order these? Mihaya and Inata hide the pastries, only to shake their heads in the negative.
喫茶店を始めようという若者たちに先輩からの差し入れだよ。
Shin-san. Come to think of it, Shin-san was the manager of a cafe, not to mention a veteran that had kept up a privately owned cafe for over a decade in Samisara.
まあ残り物みたいなもんだ。食べてもらった方が助かる。
ありがとうございます。
While they said this, they elegantly cut through the cream puffs and brought them to their mouths.
おいしい。
Were you hungry?
いいえ、シュークリームはいつでも食べれるってだけ。
美味しいうちにいただかなければシュークリームに失礼ですから。
They're all sure or mysterious creatures.
そうだ。その先輩から一個アドバイスしてもいいかな。
Chihaya was entranced, her eyes sparkling, with a fork on her lips.
お願いします。
We were the only customers in the restaurant. Shin-san pulled out the chair beside us and sat in it backwards with Rin-chan clinging to his back.
開業届は後回しでいい。開店してから1ヶ月は猶予がある。というか、場合によっては出さなくてもいいんだ。
そうなんですか？
営業許可と資格は衛生法で取らなきゃいけないけどね。開業届は役割が別なんだよ。お店を開いて儲けが出たら、そのうちのいくらかを税金として払わなきゃいけない。 開業届を出して個人事業主になると払う税金を少なくできるんだ。逆に言えば儲からなかったり黒字になるかどうかだったら届けなくてもそんなには変わらない。お店が開いてから考えてもいいと思うよ。
そうします。ありがとうございます。
どういたしまして。
パパかっこいい。経営者みたい。
みたいじゃなくて経営者なんだけどね。
Isn't this bad for him, though? We're building competition against his cafe.
ああ、ついでのおせっかいだけど営業許可申請の書き方も教えてあげるよ。今度持ってくるといい。
本当ですか？
ああ、ただし一個だけ条件がある。
Out of nowhere, Shin-san's face turned to me.
私にできることなら何でもしますけど。
千早様、殿方に何でもしますなどと言ってはいけません。
Shin-san, what's your condition?
条件はまたシュークリームが余ったらよろしく頼むよ。
This guy is weirdly super nice. Today, Chihaya and I had come out to the flea market together. The flea market was held once a month at the Sumisara Shrine grounds. Our goal was to buy a set of tableware we could use at the restaurant from the flea market stalls. I hoped for a set of teacups or even items with a sense of atmosphere to them. There were tarps set out from one end of the flea market to the other, with men and women of all ages setting out various commodities. There were rows of carts and food trucks by the entrance, and their delicious aromas wafted all the way here. Some of the more well-known establishments around Sumisara had a booth as well, and those spots had been packed all morning. They also set up scaffolding for on-stage events twice per year. Well, that just showed how these festivals were rooted in that sort of community. The springtime ambience and lively yet comfortable hustle and bustle of the flea market had certainly put me in a good mood. Although I squatted down in front of one of the stalls, I was suddenly overcome with an overwhelming sense of vertigo.
ジュンよ、聞いてるの？
My eyes darted to my side to find Chihaya was gazing straight at me with her teacup still in hand. Sorry, what?
もうぼんやりしないでよね。
Shh. We had been appraising teacups in front of a shop that was selling antique tableware. Well, Chihaya was the one actually evaluating the merchandise. I was just watching.
これとそっち、どっちがいいと思う？
It's the same question as before, phrased differently. A question I'd been asked 3 times in the last 15 minutes. Chihaya had been debating between buying 2 types of teacups since earlier. Each came as a full set, making them a convenient price. Both seemed decent to me.
それさっきも言ったよね。
Figured me out. I don't know anything about the quality of tableware. You definitely know more than I do.
それはそうだけど。
Think it over until you're satisfied. These are going to be used at your cafe after all.
それもそうなんだけど。
Although she looked like she was suddenly having trouble accepting that, she looked back at the teacups and began to worry over it again. The proprietor of the antique shop was a young woman, and she made that wry comment when she noticed Chihaya's hesitance.
正直言っちゃうとどっちも大して変わんないよ。知り合いの倉庫で5箱ずつ埃かぶっててさ、 譲ってもらったの。格安でね。
Was she about to say for free?
なんなら両方買わない？割引するよ。
両方か。純也はどう思う？
To be honest, I wanted to snap them up and move on to the next shop, but I did give it some thought before I answered. Both seem good to me, but they give off a pretty different ambience side by side.
だよね。お店で使うのはどっちかに絞った方が良さそう。どっちがいいかな。
Chihaya went right back to debating over them. Oh, on second thought, maybe I should have said why not buy both.
何か決め手になるものがあるといいんだけどな。
Sometimes one set might be in the washing machine. The second she spoke those words, the proprietor smiled at me as if she had been waiting for this.
ねえ、彼氏さんはどっちが好みなの？
Boyfriend. How would you have to look at us to interpret our relationship that way? No, we're not. The shopkeeper ignored me and pointed to Chihaya's hands.
こんなに彼女さんが迷ってるんだから、彼氏さんがスパッと決めてあげなよ。
Like I said, I wanted to correct her misconception, but the shopkeeper just kept prattling on.
いいじゃん、いいじゃん。彼氏さんが直感で選べば、彼女さんも受け入れるでしょう。
This was strange. Wasn't it almost like she was putting on a performance? Also, why was she emphasizing boyfriend-girlfriend so much? And the shopkeeper grinned and stretched out her arms in an even more overblown fashion as she spoke.
ここで彼氏さんが決断力あるとこ示したら、彼女さんも惚れ直すんじゃないかな。あー、かっこいいところ見たいな。
Oh, I got it. This shopkeeper knew we weren't in that sort of relationship and was trying to rile us up. She was waiting for this very moment where we would be so on edge it would loosen our purse strings. She played us good, me especially. Was this what a flea market was all about? This place was a battlefield for buyers and sellers. We had come to these front lines where it was hunt or be hunted, and we were unarmed. What's more, the shopkeeper looked like a flea market veteran, not someone who we stood a chance against. We should call this off for now. Better to come shop here again after we have had a chance to calm down. Sorry, shopkeep, you weren't going to knock the successor to Sugendo off balance with that minor of an attack. Hey, Chihaya, we should go...
聞かれてるよ。どっちが好みなの？彼氏さんは。
She liked the idea. What? Are you having fun seeing me all shaken up? Prater. I wasn't going to be done in by such cliche teasing. I would handle this calmly. Here I go. Yeah? Crap, you could totally hear how on edge I was in my voice. Calm down, me. This, maybe? I pointed to the one currently in her hand on instinct. This one reminded me more of Chihaya.
これ？どうして？
Why? It wasn't like I could tell her it reminded me of her. But wouldn't this one match the atmosphere of the old estate better?
そうかな。雰囲気的にはむしろ逆じゃない？
You're right. I just thought the same thing since we're so like-minded, Chihaya. I needed to calm down. I was way too stirred up by this Mr. Boyfriend bit. I could just say what I thought. Chihaya was the one who would make the decision after all. I feel like this one reminds me more of you.
私っぽい？
Yeah, I couldn't tell you why, but there's just something about it. Chihaya held the teacup at eye level in her slender fingers.
そう言われるとそんな気も
してくるかな。
I wish she wouldn't let my remark lead her to inspect it so thoroughly. It made me want to run away.
そうかも。家の雰囲気にも合うし、私らしい。
Alright? What do you think of that, Chihaya? I wouldn't give in to those mental gymnastics.
こちら5箱あるとおっしゃってましたよね。すぐ見れますか？
車に積んであるけど状態はそんなに変わんないよ。
いえ、全部いただきたいんです。お店で使うので。
あんた最高だよ。すぐ取ってくる。ここ見といて。
The shopkeeper ditched their shop and rushed out into the parking lot. Are you sure? You made up your mind after only seeing one? Chihaya answered me while gazing at the cup in her hand in a trance.
これが気に入ったの。カップが揃っていた方が喫茶店らしいでしょ？
Well, yeah, I guess so.
それよりどんどん行きましょう。必要なものはまだまだあるんだから。
Yeah, you're right about that. I was grateful that Chihaya was proactive. I had to get motivated to look around myself. Well, she's gotta be proactive sometime. I held the matcha ice cream I'd bought at the food truck in both hands and came back to the main hall. Chihaya was sitting at the edge of the stone steps with several paperbacks filled with tableware. It came as no shock that she was worn out from our tumultuous shopping and she was gazing idly out at the grounds. Matcha ice cream. Sorry for the wait. I held the ice cream in front of her and her blank expression quickly changed into a smile.
ありがとう。
Her eyes practically sparkled when they landed on the ice cream.
ボロイチといえばこれよね。鏡茶化の抹茶ソフトクリームエクセレント。
Chihaya lapped at the top of the ice cream with her tiny tongue without using the spoon stuck into her cone.
この上品な抹茶の香り。至高の苦味と甘み。抹茶ソフトクリームエクセレントだけがくれる幸せ。 私の欲しい全部がある。最高。
Was that happy over a 650 yen ice cream? Chihaya was a bit moved to tears, wasn't she? Did girls like sweet stuff that much? Chihaya looked like there was no greater happiness in this world as she brought the excellent matcha ice cream to her mouth. As I ate, I looked out at the flea market that stretched across the shrine grounds. The flea market is packed.
そうね。こんないい天気だし。みんなが楽しそうにしてるのを見てるのいいよね。
It sure is. This flea market had voluntarily skipped the previous year. It had only opened at its original scale as of last month. Both the sellers and buyers may have been hyped up about it.
ひなたも来れたらよかったのにな。
Didn't you invite her?
具合が悪いからって。でもなんか変な感じで。
行きたい。心から行きたいのですが、具合が悪いので、ここはどうかお二人でお願いします。誰と誰の二人かって？千早様と純也さんに決まっているでしょ。は？延期にする？ふざけてますか？ いいから二人で行ってきなさい。いえ、全然元気ではないです。ああ、具合が悪いな。
Suspicious. That is strange.
でしょ？
It's unusual for Hinata to feel unwell. I'm worried.
大事がなければいいのだけど、ひなた、いつでも私優先で自分のことを後回しにするから。明日午前講義だけだからひなたとゆくるに行くつもりだったんだけど、マスターに相談しようと思って、どうしようかな。
You should be fine on your own if you're just going to Yukuru. I'll head over once my morning lectures are over too.
本当？
Maybe for anything contract related, you should try to handle it on your own. You are the owner, after all.
そうだよね。そうする。ひなたに頼らなくてもできるってところ見せないとね。
Yeah, well, setting all that aside, I hope Hinata gets better soon. Should we buy her something and pay her a visit?
鏡スイーツのマカロンどう？ひなた好きだよ。
Is that to me?
オーケー。そうと決まれば後半戦行きましょう。
Once Chihaya finished eating her matcha excellent ice cream, she stood up with an evident spring in her step. As an aside, I haven't finished eating even half of my ice cream yet. I wasn't much of a sweets person. I can't roleplay as this guy. Chihaya wistfully focused her eyes on my matcha ice cream. You want it? We finished shopping at the flea market and got Hinata a get-well-soon gift at Komachidori. By the time we headed back, the sun was already setting. Chihaya walked beside me, reading the screen of my phone I had handed her zealously. On my phone screen was a list of the expenses she would incur on the renovation. It was something I had quickly whipped up. Put some desks and chairs together in the old estate's living room and poured tea into the matching teacups. It would be simple if this were enough to form a cafe, but that wasn't actually sufficient in reality. If we were to put bookshelves on the tatami matting as it is, there was a risk they would fall over since their weight would warp the mats. We would need to lay out some thick plywood to reinforce the flooring. It wasn't just the bookshelves. She planned to have people come up into the shop directly through the veranda from the yard. If it was too high for elderly customers to climb, stairs would be needed. There was more. I wanted to get the register ready for bill management and the issuance of receipts. To do that, we would need a suitable counter space. We would want to keep a stock of receipt rolls for the register and install a formal ledger for receipts, meaning something with drawers would be preferred. Ideally speaking, something that covered all the way to your feet. Did we find out the town's deep dark secret yet? No, not yet. I think we're taking our time here. And so on and so forth. There were plenty more essentials beyond just desks, chairs, and teacups. We would either have to bring in anything currently missing from the old estate from somewhere, or else make it ourselves. Either way, it would cost money. I made the bare minimum essentials and their costs into a list. That was what Chihaya was looking at.
ありがとう。
That small sigh, she returned my phone.
分かっていたつもりだけど、そんなにかかるんだね、お金。それって開店資金ってことだよね。
Yeah, electrical, heating, and water costs aren't included. We were putting off daily expenses for later, but there would be plenty more. such as the cost of tea leaves, ingredients for cooking, and so forth.
定期預金を解約すればなんとかなると思うけど。
Are you sure? There's no turning back if you don't produce a profit.
そうだよね。
I thought her dad was paying for it. She wasn't entirely sure how long the cafe would be in business for and should refrain from any excess expenses. Well, she had just bought a ton of tableware. You could also divide up the expenses. I could handle a little and you could try and ask Hinata as well.
申し出は嬉しいけど、お金のことはできれば頼りたくないかな。
It was a little hard for me to imagine the three of us having a falling out over money, but yeah, I got what she was trying to say.
お父様にお願いすればきっと協力してもらえるけど。
Jenna's face became discernibly depressed.
それも最後の手段にしたいかな。私たちの最後の思い出だから、私たちだけでやりたいの。
Yeah, you're right. I'll take another look to see if I can cut the expenses down a bit further.
ありがとう、俊也。足りない項目も足しておいてね。
What do you mean?
こら、純也の手間賃入ってないじゃない。
You noticed?
ダメだよ。ちゃんとするって決めたんだから。純也にも水源堂さんにも適正な料金を支払うからね。
I understand. You're right, this is a legitimate job. I'll ask my dad about it too. I bet he knows all sorts of ways to get the job done cheaply. This is a formal job, so I can openly go to him for advice.
なんかかっこいい、純也。大人って感じする。
Really?
そうだよ。お仕事頑張ってね、純也。
When I got home, my old man and some other woman were standing out in front of the entryway. Was she a customer?
いろいろ聞かせていただいて
The
ありがとうござ
librarian!
いました。
いえいえ、またいつでもいらしてください。おう、帰ったか。
You need
こいつ
again.
せがれです。
I'm back.
こんばんは、純也くん。
Why did this person know my name?
おや、純也には会ったことあるんですかい？
はい、前に一度図書館でね。
At the library.
確認します。水本純也さん。高谷さんの弟さんね。
The librarian. Who's the person who knew about Takaya?
市橋由紀です。
驚くなよ、純也。ゆきさんは高谷の恋人だったんだってよ。
What?
驚くなっつったろ。
You're asking for the impossible. For real?
弟さんにも話してなかったんだ。高谷らしいな。少しの間だけだし、亡くなる少し前に別れちゃったんだけどね。
You broke up?
そう、高谷に振られてね。
He dumped this beautiful lady. My brother was unforgivable.
図書館で純也くんに会ってから急に高谷のことを思い出すようになって、多分無理に忘れようとしてたのね、高谷のこと。ショックを受けすぎないように。別れたとはいえ好きだった人が突然亡くなって心に鍵をかけたんだと思う。
Then, did meeting me made her suffer?
高谷のことを思い出すと温かい気持ちになれる。時間が経ってちゃんと思い出になったんだと思う。純也くんが会いに来てくれなければ鍵はかかったままだったと思う。ありがとうね。
In spite of what she said, my going to the library was by sheer coincidence. So why are you here today?
せっかくだから高谷と過ごした場所を歩いて回ろうと思って。まずは水源堂さん。遠くから見るだけのつもりだったけど、社長さんが声をかけてくださって、お茶までいただいちゃった。高谷の話たくさん聞かせていただいたの。
So he did.
もう行かなくちゃ。またいずれね。
I think I had a girlfriend. This was a shock. Couldn't say what about it was specifically, but it was a shock.
あいつモテたからな。
Damn.
お前はほんとそういうの疎いからな。
This kind of came as a twofold shock. That night after dinner, I asked my old man for advice on the renovation. I handed over the printed list of items to purchase for the renovation, which was when Dad spread them out across the table and stared down at them. What do you think?
お嬢さん一人に払わせるような額じゃねえな。
I told her the same thing.
うるせえな。
He scratched his head and continued.
見積もりはそこまで外れちゃいない。成長したな。
See you. Hey, this was no time to be happy. Does that mean we can't bring the cost down any further? If that was the case, we would have to do something about the budget first. Or maybe we could just aim for an even smaller cafe. In the worst case scenario, the entire renovation itself might need to be reconsidered. My old man was still staring at the list on the desk. He had stopped scratching his head. Dad?
そうだな。
He took a red felt tip pen out of the pen holder and took off its cap.
縁側に設置する階段だけどな。
He pointed at the tip of the red pen at the head of the section on the
こ
list.
れはいらない。
He drew a thick red line through it before I even had time to respond. The stairway isn't needed. It'll be a hassle for her to use the front door as the dedicated entryway.
いらないんじゃない。作る必要がない。
What do you mean?
作り置きがあんだよ。蔵の中に。
Storehouse. Come to think of it, there was a storage room out in the back of the old estate, although I had never been inside.
踏み板が1枚割れてっけど直せる。一から作るよかずっと安い。
Why do you know it's in their storehouse? Dan answered while looking displeased.
俺が蔵にしまったからだよ。庭仕事してるとき、傷んでる板を踏み抜いちまった。直すって言ったんだけどよ。使わないから片付けてくれって。亡くなった奥さんが庭いじりするとき用に作らせたものだったらしい。
How about that?
1枚張り替えるだけだからお前でもできる。せっかくだから使ってやれ。
I'll take a look.
あとな、この畳の上に敷く合板な。これもいらねえ。
What? Are you going to tell me that's in the storehouse too?
そうだよ。この用途なら材質も強度も問題ないはずだ。
Why do you know all of that?
あそこの大工仕事は全部うちが請け負ってたからな。こまごまと部材注文してたら高くつくからよ。忠道さんがまとめ買いして蔵の中に置かせてもらってたんだ。釘や工具も置きっぱなしになってる。 北条家に話通せんなら好きに使っていいぞ。もともとはうちのもんだからな。
I wish you would have told me that in advance.
お前がうちの仕事に興味持ってこなかったのが悪い。あと、これだけどな。これもいらねえ。
There's more? After that, Dad kept on saying, I'll have so-and-so bring leftover materials for this, or if you handle this like that, you can make a substitution. He kept on crossing out one list item after another in red pen. In the end of it all, there were 0 materials left to order from any vendors, and Sugendo no longer had any paperwork it needed to complete. However, instead of me handling the remaining paperwork, Sugendo would apparently take over and handle the remaining paperwork free of charge. In the end, the estimate had been reduced to 1/4 of its original sum. The majority of what was left was incredibly my own labor fees.
こんなもんかな。お前の作業賃は削るなよ。これはお前の責任だからな。
Responsibility.
これからはお嬢ちゃんの手伝いじゃない。水源堂の社員として仕事をするんだ。お嬢ちゃんは金を払って責任を課し、お前は金を受け取って責任を取る。仕事ってのは責任のやり取りだ。
See what you mean. Got it.
本当に分かってんのか？
Before I could ask him what he meant by that, my old man stood up.
まあいいさ。もう寝る。なんかあったらすぐ言えよ。
Yeah, good night. You understand, right? Huh? When my lectures were over, I was headed toward the plaza, out in front of the co-op, like usual, when I got a choco from Chihaya. I'm headed to the Alpha Center, already on the train. Hinata seemed lonely, so look after her, okay? She isn't with you? No, since I have to work hard on my own. See you later. No reply necessary. She's really giving this her all, isn't she? Chihaya had been making progress on any procedurally related tasks with great enthusiasm up to today, ever since the flea market. She had gone on multiple outings, yesterday to the tax office, today to the public health department, and then had a consultation at Yukuru. I hadn't seen her in person since. We plan to use the consecutive holidays to remodel the old estate's living room into a cafe. Chihaya apparently wanted to make as much progress on clerical work until then as possible. It was unusual for her to be this proactive with her work, but I appreciated her enthusiasm all the same. I would do whatever I could to help her. First off, I'll go check on how Hinata is doing. I walked into the cafeteria and found Hinata sitting at our usual table. She had her chin resting on her hand while idly gazing out the window. Hinata? Hinata?
あ、純也さん。
She was more absent-minded than I thought.
千早様は保健所に。
Yeah, I got a choco from her earlier.
そうですか。
Hinata, are you alright?
何がですか？
You mean since you've been spacing out this whole time?
はあ。ちょっと気が抜けてしまったのかもしれません。最近、千早様が一人で頑張っているでしょ？おかげで私のすることがなくなってしまいました。今だってそうです。いつもなら保健所に行くのは私で、カフェテリアで純也さんと談笑しているのは千早様だったでしょ。
It bugged me that she made it sound like I spent all my time at the cafeteria, but I couldn't deny it.
でも出かけているのは千早様で、 私は今手持ち無沙汰です。こんなことこれまでありましたか？
I gave it some thought now that she said it. True, this may be a first since we entered university.
でしょ？最近の千早様はとても頼もしく見えます。
Isn't that a good thing?
もちろん素晴らしいことです。でも少しだけ寂しくもありますね。
Hinata had a very gentle-looking expression.
それにしても驚きました。千早様があんなことをおっしゃるなんて。
いつまでもひなたに頼ってばかりじゃダメだと思うの。だからできるところまでは一人で頑張ってみる。あ、事務処理の話ね。資格のセミナーには一緒にお願いね。
一人で頑張ってみるですよ。あの千早様が一人で頑張ってみる。
You make it sound like a bad thing.
もちろんです。千早様にお仕えして以来待ち望んでいた言葉です。
That's harsh. Hinata smiled faintly, then looked upward, seeming to talk at the sky.
初めてお会いした時から千早様は私にとってのお姫様でした。可愛くて可憐で、その上賢くて強い心も持っていて、その存在が眩しかった。この人にお仕えするのだと知った時、伊勢家に生まれたことを幸運に思わずにいられませんでした。それくらい千早様は特別な存在でした。今もそれは変わりません。
Hinata had seemingly admired princesses since she was little. She had met Chihaya, who was essentially a princess in the realest possible sense. Hinata believed she was fortunate enough to be her attendant.
もっとも
That's
お
what
会い
she
したば
just
かり
said.
の千早様は今とは随分性格が違いましたけど、とんでもないおてんばでいつもご両親を困らせてばかりでした。
Chihaya was? She really that bad?
覚えてないんですね、純也さんは。私たち3人の中で一番行動力にあふれていたのは千早様ですよ。天然のトラブルメーカーで毎日私と純也さんがフォローに追われていました。一応言っておくと、これは楽しい思い出ですからね。
Can't really picture Chihaya as a troublemaker. I had never had that great of a memory, but it was just a little disappointing that I remember Chihaya so poorly.
そうですね。小1の冬頃だったでしょうか。突然レディーとしての自覚に目覚めたようでした。おしとやかで優雅、気高さと包容力を併せ持ち、お姫様としてより完成されました。ああ、なんて素敵。
Wow. It happened in first grade? I wonder what sparked that.
私は知りません。聞いても言えないの一点張りだったので。なので私は純也さんの希望に合わせたのかと思ってました。
To mine? Why? I didn't even remember Chihaya back in our active days, so I had no clue why that would have changed. First off, there's no reason for her to tailor herself to me.
そうでしょうか。まあいいです。おしとやかな千早様も素敵ですが、私はあの頃の行動力にあふれた千早様も大好きでした。ご両親や私たちの忠告を聞かず、自分で何でも決めて進んでしまう千早様が大好きだったんです。
I think she's got plenty of unbridled enthusiasm now. Besides, Chihaya can make snap decisions if the situation calls for it. Hinata stared me down silently. Did I say something strange?
本当にそう思ってますか？ 純也さんもご存知のはずです。千早様にそんな決断がで。
Suddenly Hinata snapped her mouth shut and then let out a small sigh.
千早様は優しすぎる方です。
I had a feeling she was holding back what she really wanted to say.
政治家の家で育ったこともあるんでしょうが、千早様は周りに気を使いすぎるところがあります。他人の気持ちを優先して自分の気持ちをなかなか口にされない方です。
Well, you could be right.
そのことがずっと心配でした。周りに流されて幸せを逃してしまうんじゃないかって。でも旧宅のリノベは千早様が自分でお決めになったこと、それに一人で頑張るなんて、あの千早様が言う日が来るなんて、本当に驚きました。
Aren't you exaggerating?
いいえ、今までの千早様にはありえないことです。
Really? She made a snap decision to buy those teacups back at the flea market.
ボロ市
Filled her in on our recent trip to the flea market, and Chihaya walking away with 6 sets of teacups.
千早様がそんな大きな決断を。信じられない。すごいです、千早様。
You're blowing this out of proportion. It's just buying tea sets in bulk.
いいえ、大躍進です。立派になられて。
I wasn't entirely sure why that had moved Hinata so much.
あとは喫茶店を成功させることだけです。それができればもう思い残すことはありません。
The phrasing rubbed me the wrong way. Why was she talking about having regrets? What's that supposed to mean? It's not like you're going to be separated from Chihaya or anything. Your relationship with Chihaya isn't going to change once we graduated. Hinata had told me before that Yojo and Issei family's master-attendant relationship was something that would remain constant until both families ceased to exist.
それはそうですけど、でも卒業したら千早様は私のものではなくなります。
Didn't think she belonged to Hinata now, but I kept that comment to myself to avoid setting her off.
千早様は木戸さんと結婚されるんですから。
Oh, that was what she meant. True enough, their connection wouldn't change, but things couldn't stay the way they had always been. The same could be said about me as well. Hinata and I seem to feel the same way toward Chihaya. Well, it'll all work out. Kido-san is a level-headed man, so I'm sure he'll support Chihaya. With that, Hinata pointed at me?
残念ながら一番の難題は未解決に終わりそうですけどね。
Biggest issue of all, is there still something more? Hinata gave me the sort of look that almost screamed that you seriously don't get it.
なんでわかんないのかな、この男は。
Oh, I guess I was right. You really don't? Is it something I can help with?
ある意味純也さんにしかできないことなんですが。
What the heck? Tell me what it is then. Maybe it was a birthday present? Perhaps she was worried about what to pick out each year or something.
いえ、それは望みすぎというもの。忘れてください。千早様がここまで立派になられたのはあなたのおかげです。
Hinata smiled unusually softly.
ありがとうございます、純也さん。
Okay. Just say what you want to say, girl. I think it's time for break the room. I'll be right back. By the way, the strategy guide that I've been, or guide that I've been using for this game is, completely in Japanese. So it's a good thing that, the translation is pretty close to what was in the Japanese version. Is this an official episode? Oh, what? Who could know? There were consecutive holidays next week. We all had plans to go to the old estate together and make some hefty progress on the remodeling. We gathered today to check in on how things were proceeding to that end. I, Chihaya, Hinata, Asusa, Mizura, and Aya-chan were present. Unfortunately, Shunyu was absent due to her studies. Her parents were apparently going to make a sudden visit to Japan, so she had to front-load a report she had planned to do sometime this week. She would be keeping her parents company for a while, so it would be difficult for her to help out with the renovation. I felt bad about it and apologized profusely over Choco. Well, I'm sure things will work out one way or another.
Juya, お待たせ。
No problem.
兄ちゃんと愛ちゃんは
Inside, Asusa is here too. But that, yeah. I didn't even have time to bet they were already doing it. You all really love those things, don't you? I hate this running gag. I don't even know if it's a gag. Honestly, it's been weird.
悪い。
Is that bad? No, she is. No, please help yourselves. Well, I was about to be on friendlier terms with Azusa. Were we, actually? Why put it in? It's gotta be a joke. At least somewhat. I don't know. It's daily life. Aside from these three in the office, Jin-san was also seated further inside. He was waiting for the delivery to come in by motorcycle, and as soon as it arrived, he would be taking the delivery with him to a client's place. Jin-san, I'm sorry that it's going to get a little noisy in here. Jin-san, are you listening? On a closer look, Jin-san had earphones in. He didn't appear to have noticed I was talking to him. He had a rather intense look on his face as he stared down at the laptop screen. I couldn't see what he was looking at from where I was standing. Porn. I walked around the desk and stood behind him, but he still hadn't noticed me. He seemed to be extremely focused. Jin-san? Yep, he was watching porn. I took a peek and saw a girl on the screen. She kept on talking to the camera with exaggerated motions, looking very excited about something. It's a streamer. Holy shit, those boobs are definitely peeking out. Oh! You guys can't see it. Look at that. Look at that under boob. Where my alert bar usually is. Damn. Guess I was censoring it myself. Woman comes out for booba? Oh, obviously. The woman on screen wore very little clothing, especially around her breasts, and left very little to the imagination. Her body jostled excitedly, and her you-know-what bounced, throwing your eyes in whether you like it or not.
Oh, Junya, dosta?
Huh? Jin-san looked up at me with an earphone in hand. It was kind of lame of me to get so mesmerized by a pair of breasts. Seeing I was unable to immediately answer, Jin-san looked up from his screen and checked what was going on in the office. Jin-san waved his hand at me as if to say, go away already, and put his earphone back in. No, it's not that. I was the one who should be asking you that, Jin-san. I held back the urge to show and spoke to him directly. Jin-san did have his own dignity after all. Listen, there are girls here too, so you really shouldn't be watching anything skimpy here. I got that far through my thought when Jin-san's expression suddenly turned serious.
AV じゃない。AV チャンネルだ。
Okay. His abrupt shout drew everyone's attention our way.
確かに AV ちゃんはエロ可愛いが、それはそれ、これはこれだ。
I really didn't get what Jin-san was so angry about, and he brought up a name I didn't recognize. Shrimpy-chan?
チョコキャスターの AV ちゃんだよ。知らないのか？
So, he's saying Ebi-chan? I guess that's... don't? I knew the term Chococaster. It referred to people who appeared in videos on the famous streaming site Chococast.
AV チャンネルの AV ちゃんは今大注目のチョコキャスターだぞ。
The person chatting with bouncing breasts was called Ebi-chan.
本当お前って流行り物に弱いね。
I looked over at the others. Do you know about her?
私ネットもテレビも見ないから。
Seemed Jin-san had no idea. He pulled the Apiko away and waved her hand.
私知ってるよ。エビーちゃん、エッチで可愛くてラブチマなの。
All I could ever tell was that love-tastic had to be a conjugation of lovely and fantastic. No shit. Hisara, you watched this? I was worried whether this sort of content was appropriate for someone her age.
大丈夫です、ジュニアさん。
Aino-chan seemed to have inferred my doubts and quickly spoke up.
エビーちゃんは女の子目線でアニメやフィギュアの話をしてくれるんです。それにエビーちゃんって住み空の人みたいで、湘南のお店巡り動画とかもたくさんアップしてて、だから女の子にも人気あるんです。私も見てます。
You see, if you watch her, Aino-chan, then I guess it must be fine.
何それどういう意味？順にラブチくない？
Just as Misora was about to lunge up at me, Hinata spoke up.
純也さん、動画談義はいつでもできるでしょ。いい加減に打ち合わせを始めませんか。
Entirely reasonable, but Hinata's eyes were unusually stern. I'm sorry, Hinata-chan. I imitated a streamer I just seen and called her Hinata-chan, which prompted her to gape at me in surprise.
そういうのやめてください。早く始めましょう。
そうそう、時間は有効に使わなきゃ。ごゆっくり。
Jin-san stuck his earphones back into his ears and went back into a world with just him and Shrimpy-chan. Ugh.
連休中の予定についてはだいたいまとまったね。
そうですね。
Is there anything else we need to discuss while we're here?
そうね。
Azusa looked at Chihaya with the epica still in her mouth.
メニューはもう決まったの？メインは家で仕入れてるオリジナルブレンドの紅茶。とっても美味しいの。それと日替わりのフレーバーティーと紅茶に合うお茶菓子かな。
あそこの調理場なら大抵のものは作れます。ケーキでも焼き菓子でも。
Who's making it? Azusa's eyes sparkled. She seemed to have reacted to the word cake.
ケーキと焼き菓子、どっちもいいよね。
ひとまずどちらか作ってみましょうか。希望をいただければ試作します。
Chihaya thought about it for a minute and smiled at Hinata.
ちょっと考えてみる。少し待って。
そうですか。わかりました。
Hinata smiled with a degree of disappointment. She must have wanted to show off her cooking ability.
ちなみに紅茶のお値段は？
一杯ごとにいただくか、時間を決めてフリーにするか、まだ迷ってるの。これも早めに決めるつもり。
来月中にはお店の準備が整うわけですよね。開店はいつにしますか？
You'll have to consider your business hours and what days, if any, the cafe will be closed.
準備ができ次第始めてもいい気もするけど、湘南に人が来るのは夏だよね。
Definitely no free refills.
最初はお試しで曜日を絞って開店するのもいいかと思います。
私もウェイトレスするよ。シフト決まったら教えてね。
ありがとう。できるだけ早く決めるね。
On a quick look, both Hinata and Aino-chan each looked displeased.
千早さん。
ごめんなさい。
They both began to talk to Chihaya at roughly the same time, and Aino-chan immediately bowed her head to Hinata.
いえ、大したことではないので、愛ちゃんお先にどうぞ。
なに、愛乃ちゃん。
お店の看板って作るんですか？
その予定、名前を決めるのが先だけどね。
愛の、そういうの作るの得意だよね。
Really?
工作好きだから。でもデザイン苦手で。
Aino-chan hung her head a bit and continued on.
あずささんが上手です。
Having the conversation abruptly shifted in her direction left Azusa, who had been happily slurping away at her apiko, stunned.
落書きしてるノートを見せてもらったんですけど、すごく可愛くて素敵なんです。
Wow, isn't that great?
ええ。あずさんお願いできる？
いいけど、後で文句言われても知らないから。
言わないよ。じゃあお願いね。
の名前千早様が決めるんでしたよね。
ええ、でもまだ絞りきれなくて、もうちょっと考えてみる。
そうですか。
Hinata cast her gaze downward and murmured to herself, seemingly deep in thought.
いえ、そんなはず。でも
そういえばさ、ティーカップ買ったんでしょ？見たい。
旧宅に運んでもらったから、みんなが次に来た時にね。そうだ、せっかくだからお茶会しましょうか。
素敵です。ボロ市で見つけたんですよね。
いいのが2つあってすっごく迷ったんだけど、純也のアドバイスが決め手になったの。
Hinata's head suddenly shut up and everyone looked their way.
千早様、
何？
カップは千早様がお選びになったとおっしゃっていませんでしたか？
ええ、そうよ。お店で使う大事な食器だもの。純也にも手伝ってもらったけど、これに決めたのは私。
そうですか。
Hinata, what's the matter?
いえ、
純也、そうよね。これにするって決めたの私よね。
Yeah, you said giving all you got of the set. The seller was shocked.
そうですか。
It was just a surprise, though. All I said was, how about these ones? It was all it took for you to pick, which I'd call a snap decision. I'd expect nothing less from a rich girl.
そういう言い方良くないと思うな。
こっちにすればですか。純也さんが選んだんですね。
You think so? Yeah, is the one who bought them, though.
千早様、一つだけ教えてください。
何？かしこまって。
以前千早様は一人で頑張ってみるとおっしゃいましたよね。
そうだけど。
それはご自身がお決めになったことなんですよね。
もちろん。
そうですか。
純也にも言われたしね。
純也さんが何とおっしゃったんですか？
だから一人で頑張ってみるべきって。これから日向に頼れない時もあるだろうからって聞いて、その通りだなって思って。
Hinata slowly turned to me. The color drained from her face.
純也さん、そうなのですか？純也さんが千早様に言ったんですか？一人で頑張ってみるべきと。
Yeah.
そうですか。
少なくともお店のことは全部把握して、私一人で回せるようにしないとね。
でもさ、じいちゃんが毎日お店出てたら体壊しちゃうんじゃない？
That's true, you have school too.
それはそうだけど、私が出れない時は日向がいるからきっと大丈夫ね。日向。
Suddenly, Hinata stood up so fast that her chair clattered back onto the floor.
日向がいるから。
Hinata took a rushed step forward and approached Chihaya.
それは千早様の代わりに私が店に立てばいいという意味ですか？
そうだけど。
ひなた？
千早様も私も講義で出れない日はどうしますか？その日はお休みにしますか？
そっか、そういうこともあるよね。どうしようかな。純也はどう思う？
She really can't make a single decision herself. Good question. If I can make it, then I'll...
お待ちください。
Hinata's tone was firm when she interrupted me mid-sentence.
私は千早様に考えていただきたいんです。
そうなの？でも、こういうのはみんなの意見も聞かないと。
他の人なんてどうでもいい。
ひなた？
千早様、何でもいいんです。何か一つでいいからご自分で決めてください。私に千早様の決断を聞かせてください。
ひなた、あなた何を？
お店はいつから始めますか？休みは何曜日にしますか？紅茶はいくらにしますか？看板は誰が書きますか？私、いろんなことを聞きましたけど、何一つお答えを伺っていませんよね。
Hey, Hinata, I can handle those parts.
純也さんは黙っていてください。私は千早様に伺っているんです。
Chihaya looked positively bewildered when looking at Hinata. Her mouth was partially open, but no sound came out.
どうして自分で決められないのですか？
Even at this distance, I could tell that Chihaya's face had gone pale.
もうみんなわかってるんです。千早様が何一つ自分では決断できないということを。
Chihaya looked deathly pale when she peered up at Hinata from her seat. You're taking this too far, Hinata. Didn't you say this yourself? Chihaya is too kind, so she ends up prioritizing others.
違います。あなたが一番知ってるはずでしょ。私と一緒に千早様を見続けていたあなたが。千早様はいつでも誰かの決断を受け入れるだけでした。ずっと昔からそうでした。小さな頃から私と純也さんがあらゆる決断を千早様の代わりにしていたんです。いつかは変わってくれると信じていました。
She's perfect for a video game where the player makes their choices.
千早様は何不自由ない環境で育ったお嬢様だから自分で決めることを知らないだけでしょうと。お仕えしている間に自然に自分の意見を持つようになるでしょうと。それさえ手にすれば千早様は完璧なレディーになるでしょう。北条家の跡取りとして、自立した大人の女性として、そして私が生涯支えるに値するお姫様として完璧なレディーになる、そう信じていました。
Hinata clenched the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands.
でも変わらなかった。千早様はあの時のまま、人に言われるままに動く自我を持たない人形のままです。
Wait, please wait. I get what you're trying to say, Hinata, I do, but I'm sure Chihaya realizes she can't stay that way either. It's taking time, but she's trying to change. She is changing.
変わってきている。
I mean, isn't she? Chihaya's renovating the old estate to try and start up a cafe. The old Chihaya couldn't have done this on her own. Chihaya's starting to make decisions for herself. You can see that too, right?
違います。
Huh?
千早様はリノベについてただの一つも決めたことはありません。
That's not.
本当です。そもそも旧宅のリノベーションを提案したのは私です。
Okay. I was wondering this.
千早様が旧宅がなくなってしまうのは避けたいとおっしゃるので、あの家を人が集まる場所にしてはどうかと。さすがひなたでしょ。明暗だって思ったの。
Right. They did say
それに
this.
千早様はカフェの方向性も決められませんでした。
An eatery would be nice too, like a cafe or a restaurant.
それもいいわね。おじいさまの家なら洋風でも和風でも雰囲気出るし。
You get what's going on? We've reached the point where we've come up with so many ideas that none of them click with you, right?
食べ物屋さんかな。喫茶店かレストラン。
Let's go with a cafe then. Out of everything we talked about, didn't you like the cafe idea the most?
純也さん、それは。
そうね。じゃあやることはカフェに決定。ひなた、何か言おうとしたでしょ。何？
いえ。図書館カフェだって提案したのは純也さんでした。
Wasn't it Aino that said that? What do you think, Chihaya? I think it's a good
私
idea.
もそう思う。よし。私たちが作るお店のコンセプトは図書館カフェにします。
お店の食器すらも自分で決められない。
Like, this one reminds me more of you.
うん、そうかも。家の雰囲気にも合うし、私らしい。
挙句の果てに一人で頑張ることすら人に言われないとできない人なんです。
Maybe for anything contract for later, you should try to handle it on your own. You are the owner, after all.
そうだよね。うん、そうする。ひなたに頼らなくてもできるってところ見せないとね。
千早様は何一つ自分で決めることがない。いいえ、決めることができない。責任から逃げているわけではありません。それならまだ救いようがあります。それ以前の問題です。千早様にはそもそもご自身の決断というものがないんです。純也さんもご存知のはずです。千早様にはご自身の決断が。もう我慢できない。何一つ決められないくせにひなたがいるからですって。ひなたがいるからふざけないで。どうしてあんたが、何も決められないあんたが私のことはそんな簡単に決められるの？どうして私の人生はそんな簡単に決断できちゃうの？
私の価値はティーカップより軽いってこと？もう我慢できない。あんたなんか勝手にすればいい。私も勝手にさせてもらう。今日をもって付き人はやめます。
Hinata spun around on her heel and with a vigorous stride went to leave.
ひなた。
Hinata... Chihaya wrung out that shout and paused
金
mid-step.
輪際、私に関わらないでください。さようなら、千早様。
Awkward?
そんなことが昨日は大変だったんですね。
本当びっくり。ひなたどうしちゃったのかな。
After our lecture on Monday, I invited Chihaya and Shinyu to the old estate so that we could make progress on the
あ
renovations.
の後チョコに既読つかないし、トークも出てくれないの。
What about this morning? She wasn't with you?
うん、大学には来てるはずだけど避けられてるみたいで。
みたいというか避けられてるね、それ。
ひなた大丈夫かな。
Ghosted.
千早は伊勢さんを心配してます？
もちろん親友だもの。悩んでるなら相談してほしかった。今はひとまずちゃんとお話ししたい。ひなたの気持ちちゃんと聞かないと。
そうですか。
ごめん、家からちょっと待ってて。
Chihaya put her phone to her ear and took some distance from us.
純也、ちょっと。
Shinyu called out quietly to me and I leaned toward her. She was following Chihaya with her eyes. What is it?
千早おかしくないです？
How so?
千早が伊勢さんを心配するのおかしい。伊勢さんは千早の欠点を指摘したのでしょ？普通ならショックを受けるよ。
Well, of course Shinyu would find this whole thing bizarre. Isn't it bizarre for everyone? It was like Hinata had told Chihaya that she had a fatal flaw as a human being. Her best friend since childhood and former attendant had thrown all of that at her as an objective truth. There was no way that any ordinary person wouldn't be in shock. Yes, any ordinary person. Chihaya was no ordinary person. It wasn't that she was a politician's daughter or that she'd been spoiled or anything like that. It wasn't anything that simple. If I had to guess, Chihaya probably didn't understand why Inaba was so angry with her. She may not even have been cognizant that she had her shortcomings pointed out. What concerned Chihaya was Inata's strange behavior, that was all. That was who Chihaya Ojo was. I knew this because I had spent most of my time with them. Most of my life with them. Still, to be honest, I wasn't confident I could get anyone else to understand it. Sorry, I can't explain it very well. I'll tell you properly someday. Just know that for now, everything is fine. Shunyu eyed me cautiously, then slapped on a fake smile.
はいです。うち、純也を信じます。
お待たせ。さあ行きましょう。今日はひなたの分まで私が頑張るからね。何これ。
Danger. Poison gas. That's what was sprayed on the odiously colored letters on the familiar gateway.
なんですこれは。
なんてこと。ひどい。
didn't understand. Who would do this? To what end?
ジュニージュニアさん
While the three of us were in the date, Bizarre and Aino-chan came running and shouting from the direction of the station.
なんかすごいことになっちゃったね。大丈夫？私にできることがあったら何でも言ってください。
They were both out of breath, suggesting they ran straight here from the station. They seemed to be worried about the graffiti. Wait a second. Who did you hear that from?
誰ってネットに上がってた。
Someone posted about it online?
落書き？何それ？
Our stories weren't meshing either.
そら、あそこ。
Aino-chan tagged on Misare's uniform and pointed to the door of the gate.
何あれひどい。なんてことすんの？
Misara was enraged when she saw the graffiti. Aino-chan also looked like she was about to cry. It somehow appeared that neither of them had known about the graffiti. Wait, hold on. How did you hear about this online?
AB チャンネルだよ。見てないの？
Shrimpy Channel. Oh, the Chococaster Jin-san was watching? What about her?
もう AB ちゃんの動画に出てたの。このお家が。
はい？
小エビちゃんたちプリップリ。エビちゃんだよ。今日もスミソラお散歩動画流しっぱで小エビちゃんとサブカル雑談していくよ。といつもならこんなだけど今日はちょっと違います。ババーン。小エビちゃんからとんでもないスミソラ情報が届いちゃったの。読むね。小エビネーム夢見るうさぎちゃん。エビーちゃんプリップリプリップリ。エビーちゃんはスミソラにかつて旧陸軍の生物兵器研究所があったことをご存知でしょうか？知らない。そこではいろんな毒ガスが開発されていたそうです。何それ、怖い。戦後研究所は閉鎖されましたが建物は今も残っています。もしかして毒ガスもまだ残ってるかも。研究所の画像を添付します。今後もエビーちゃんを応援しています。ではでは。夢見るうさぎちゃん、メールありがとう。もらった画像出すね。一応モザイクかけといたから。見よ、これが生物兵器研究所だ。
It was clearly the old Ojo estate. There was a mosaic applied over the photo, but it wouldn't be difficult to identify this place.
古い家。研究所って感じしないね。エビーちゃんこういうレトロなの好きだよ。でも毒ガスは嫌い。エビーちゃん調べによると、ここって今改装中で近いうちに喫茶店になるんだって。古民家喫茶店ってやつ？かわいい、素敵。毎日行きたい。でもさ、毒ガス作ってたところで紅茶飲みたいかな。
Yaya looked terrified when she turned toward me. It was a free-for-all in the comments section. Won't cafe be dangerous? Said one comment. Sumisara's reputation is going down the drain, said another. Can we collect signatures to oppose this?
小エビちゃんたち落ち着いて。まだ本当って決まったわけじゃないしね。今日はここまでだけど、エビーチャンネルでは今後も調べていくつもり。もちろん今まで通りの配信も続けるから、サブカル雑談したかった人も安心してね。それじゃあチャンネル登録高評価お願いね。おやすみタルタル。
Heavy putty putty? That's some other boo. What's going on? We were positively stumped after watching the video on Mizura's phone.
毒ガス研究所？この素敵な古民家が？
ありえない。ここは大正時代から北条本家の邸宅よ。毒ガス研究なんて。
It's nonsense. If it had any credibility, there's no way us locals wouldn't know.
こんなの初めて聞いたよ。
私も。けどこの動画もう10万再生してて。
That's not a lot. Does that mean someone watched the video, identified the location, then sprayed it with graffiti? Think someone would go out of their way to face private property based on circumstantial evidence? I don't think that's circumstantial evidence. That's no evidence at all. This really puts us in a difficult position. No one was in the mood to work after that, so we decided to head home for the day. Before I left, I covered the entire gateway with a tarp. The goal was to both hide the existing graffiti and dissuade others from adding more. I wanted to believe no one would spray the edges, but that was to be seen.
お客さんが怖がって来てくれなかったらどうしよう。
What Chihaya had said when we parted ways stuck with me all the way home. That night, I got a message from Chihaya and headed to the Ojo estate. The objective was to talk to Chihaya's father, Tadayasu Hojo-san, regarding the rumors about the old estate. Chihaya and I sat on one sofa while Ojo-san sat opposite of us. His secretary, Kido-san, was present until a short while ago, but he left after Hojo-san whispered something into his ear. Chihaya had filled him in on Shrimpy Channel, and I told him that the graffiti was covered with a tarp upon our departure and would be removed tomorrow. We have some decent paint stripper on hand, so I believe I can get it roughly back to its former condition.
わかった。それについては水源堂さんにお願いしよう。ただ、
We'd like this kept off the record, correct? My father, rather the company president, has said the same.
そうか。見つけたのが純也君で助かった。特急料金を出すから急いでくれ。
Understood.
でもまた書かれたら。
心配するな。しばらくの間、交番からの巡回を増やすよう頼んである。
I asked myself whether it was even possible to mobilize the police like that, but that just had to be the extent of power Hojo-san had.
それにしてもふざけた話だ。旧日本軍の研究所だとバカバカしい。
やはり根も葉もない話なのですね。
当たり前だ。
He flatly denied the allegations.
いいかね。曽祖父から義父の代まで北条家は旧宅で生活を営んでいたんだ。軍に接収されていたことなど一日だってない。毒ガス研究などできるわけないだろう。
The door opened and Kiro-san came in with a large bundle of papers.
先生、お持ちしました。
ああ。
Kiro-san set the bundle of papers he was carrying out on the table. There were blueprints to a building, and the papers seemed to be quite old and
こ
discolored.
れ旧宅の図面？
はい。今日まで何十年も書庫で眠っていたものです。
お父様、前に図面はないっておっしゃいましたよね。
Hojo-san clearly looked bothered by that question.
申し訳ありません、千早さん。
Kiro-san abruptly bowed his head.
あの時も私が探したんですが、見つけられなかったんです。
私が置き場所を勘違いしていたんだ。木戸君のせいじゃない。
私そんなつもりは。
ごめんなさい、シゲトさん。
もういいだろう。
Ojo-san put an end to that particular topic and sat back down on the sofa.
旧宅は曽祖父の代、大正時代に建てられた。もともとあの辺り一帯は北条家の土地だった。戦後にほとんど没収されたがな。あの家はお情けで残してもらったそうだ。旧宅は北条家没落の証だな。
そんな言い方。
Ojo-san grabbed hold of the blueprints to interrupt Chihaya's comment and slid them gruffly in my direction.
見ての通り、古いだけが鳥への日本家屋だ。地下室も屋根裏部屋もない。
Although I looked over the blueprints, all I could tell was that it depicted the layout of the old estate.
蔵はあるが、よくわからん木材が転がってるだけだ。
Considered bringing up that those materials belong to Suigendo, but thought better of it.
兵器を隠すような場所は存在しない。これで十分だろう。
It was as Ojo-san said. It wasn't as if this was what we had come here to talk about either. To be honest, I had never thought there were weapons lying around in the old estate, but that wasn't the problem here.
問題は風評被害が広がることですね。
Hello, throw. I appreciated that Kido-san beat me to the
こ
punch.
のまま噂が広まった場合、マスコミが旧宅に興味を持つかもしれません。
あのボロや、やはりさっさと取り壊すべきだったんだ。
What incarnation is happening in this den of weavery? Ruben got excited about a live streamer that exists in this universe. Ojo-san stood up and turned toward Kido-san.
木戸君、業者に連絡しろ。すぐにでも解体を始めるように。
There's some underboob involved.
待ってください、お父様。
Chihaya also stood up. It was rare for her to physically express her opinions.
来年まで待っていただける約束でしょ。みんなの協力でリノベも進んでいるんです。あと少しなんです。もうすぐ私たちの喫茶店が。
千早。
After he shouted her name, Ojo-san quietly told her.
お前は黙っていなさい。
The second he did, I could tell something was slipping away from inside of Chihaya.
はい、お父様。
Chihaya quietly sat on the sofa.
それでいい。
Ah, this was it. This was most certainly it. This was Chihaya Ojo.
どうして自分で決められないのですか？
Right. It wasn't that she couldn't defy her father. It wasn't that simple. Chihaya had been conditioned to always accept what others decided for her. That defined the human being Chihaya Ojo.
もうみんなわかっているんです。
What's up with you, Throw? By the way, there's a new game that's out with the same lettering from Chants of Sonar. Is it a sequel? Do you know what a Song of Silence? Like, if I look up the Chimera Entertainment, it doesn't show anything else. Not much, just about to do some returning. Haven't heard of it? The trophies just came out. I don't know, man. I just saw that it's the same lettering as Chants of Sonar. I was wondering if you knew they were connected or not. Or if it's a fucking ripoff of the lettering.
千早様が何一つ自分では決断できないということを。
Hinata was right. Did you play Chance of Samara? You did, right? We noticed it a long time ago and believed she would change eventually. We hadn't discussed it face to face, but we had come to a mutual understanding on the subject. Don't think they're related? Yeah. I thought so, I thought so.
いつかは変わってくれると信じていました。千早様は何不自由ない環境で育ったお嬢様だから自分で決めることを知らないだけでしょうと。お仕えしている間に自然に自分の意見を持つようになるでしょうと。
Not a single adult around her had perceived the problem Chihaya possessed. We had urged Chihaya to make decisions at every opportunity, but it had absolutely no effect.
千早様はいつでも誰かの決断を受け入れるだけでした。
Are you in the first game or the second game, Throw?
ずっと昔からそうでした。小さな頃から私と純也さんがあらゆる決断を千早様の代わりにしていたんです。
Once she reached adolescence, Chihaya grew into a beautiful woman. Naturally, several boys had taken an interest in and approached her. In spite of this, Chihaya's problem showed no signs whatsoever of improvement. First one, haven't played much, only second case. Second case is my favorite. Weeb Turnabout. We knew it would become an even bigger problem if we left it alone, and we changed our plan of action accordingly. In order to protect Chihaya, we decided to make decisions in her place. At the time, we considered that the best method available.
でも変わらなかった。千早様はあの時のまま。人に言われるままに動く、自我を持たない人形のままです。
This was it. This really was it. This was the cause. It was my fault Chihaya turned out this way. It was my fault for practically gluing myself to her since we were kids. I have a proposal. Before I knew it, I addressed Sojo-san.
純也君、気持ちはわかるが、これは北条家の問題だ。
Expediting the demolition will have the opposite effect. I believe it will only spread even more misinformation.
何?
If you demolish the estate now, everyone will assume the rumors were accurate. That was their intention from the start, and demolishing it would only add fuel to the fire.
それはそうかもしれんが。
Once that happens, won't even more rumors spread?
噂に信憑性を与えてしまう?
Yes, and then you'll have nothing to show for it. You won't be able to refute their claims if you tear down the old estate. I don't know what you intend to do with the land the old estate sits on, but won't that cause problems if you try to sell it? Ojo-san was shocked when Kido-san bowed apologetically to him.
地下に直接影響することは考えにくいですが、北条家が曰くのある土地を売りつけようとしていると足元を見てくるかもしれません。
あのボロやめ、どこまでも私を悩ませる。
Although Oju-san did curse its name, he did seem to have regained some of his earlier composure. I'll put an end to those rumors.
どうやって？ボラ屋があってもなくても噂は止められないのだろう？
He was right. There was never any basis to those rumors, and there was nothing they could do to change that. However, the opposite was a different story. I will find Shrimpy-chan and get her to publicly state that the rumors are false.
純也
Shrimpy-chan is a Sumisara-based streamer. I'll meet her and ask in person. If she takes back what she said, then I'm positive the rumors will die down.
正体不明らしいじゃないか。見つけられるのか？
Finding lost items is Sugendo's specialty.
見つけられたとして説得できるのか？
I promise. So please postpone the demolition of the old estate for just a little while longer. I beg of you. I bowed my head deeply. Hold up the font. I see you even removed the bottom bar. Ruben shut up in alpha millisecond. Yep. You sure did. Immediately, there's like some sort of radar.
1週間だ。1週間待とう。
お父様
Thank you very much.
私は猶予期間を決めたに過ぎない。それまでに噂が収束していなければ業者に連絡する。話は以上だ。
And now we're going to meet her in person,
純
apparently.
也本当にありがとう
I'm sure she's gonna look like a little girl. You can thank me after I find Shrimpy-chan. You'll help me search for her, right?
もちろん純也のお仕事増やしちゃったね
Not at all. Sugendo forbids me from taking multiple long-term jobs. Searching for Shrimpy-chan is a part of the renovation assignment. I haven't gained any extra work.
頼ってばっかだね純也に
Don't worry about it. That's what childhood friends do.
そっかそうだよね幼馴染だもんね
Yeah. On that note, I'm headed home.
おやすみなさい純也
ありがとうございました。
お邪魔しました
Nothing yet, huh? Huh?
こうだため息ついちゃダメエビーちゃん探しは始まったばかりでしょ
I know. The next day, Chihaya and I immediately commenced our investigation to acquire leads on Shrimpy. Today we had gone around to the various shops that appeared in Shrimpy Channel's newest eating tour video and asked the employees about her. We walked out of a matcha sweet shop along with Komachigori called Kagami Sweets. Unfortunately, we left empty-handed.
次はルサックだよねすぐそこだしこのまま伺いましょう
That's the wrong way. It's in the opposite direction.
いつもはひなたについていけばよかったから気を取り直して行きましょう
But now you're following me. I sensed some unusual motivation out of Chihaya as she walked ahead of me. Ah, there she is!
小エビちゃんたちプリップリエビチャンネルへようこ
Wait, someone hide Huben. The comment section immediately filled up with looking plump.
も小エビちゃんたちは息がいいにゃ。
That's what Throw says to me every day. Hey David, looking plump. You guys want the bar off? It doesn't matter because I have the... I need to hide the lines. Otherwise it doesn't make a difference. I see you... yeah.
声ちゃんと聞こえてる？
We made the ongoing messages of looking plump. There were comments like, "You're a little quiet," and "The mic's too far away."
音ちっちゃい多数かな。マイク位置変えるね。マイクちゃん、こっちおいで。
What?
これでどうかにゃ？
Was she really adjusting the mic or the camera? Okay, one said. "All I could see were your boobs," said another. "I hear you," they replied. "I was blinded by your jugs," one viewer said. "Tons of tits," another replied. Other comments repeated the word boobs. I can't imagine why.
ああ、もうみんなおっぱいばっかり。そんなにおっぱい好きか？おっぱい星人どもめ。
What a game.
エビーのおっぱいは有料だからね。見た人はちゃんと課金するように。
As soon as she said it, highlighted comments with sums of money attached came up one after another. Good strategy.
おお、本当に？課金したっておっぱい出番増えないよ。でも嬉しい。いつも投げ銭ありがとにゃ。さあ、今日もスミソラエリースポットを紹介するにゃ。じゃじゃん。
They really understand streamer culture here.
ほらそこ、その組み合わせ何度目だって言わない。手抜きじゃないにゃ。美味しいものは何度食べても美味しいの。鏡茶化のマカロンは神。ソフトクリーム買うのは素人にゃ。それとね、ルサックでは新メニューに挑戦してきたの。こっちも全部大当たり。
That's where we've been going to, right?
しかも店員さんが奇跡のノーデレツンルリ美少女で最高オブ最高。小エビちゃんたちもあの子が吐く空気を吸う目的でルサック行くべき。でも編集間に合わなかったからルサックはまた今度ね。ごめんにゃ。ってなわけで今回は前半戦動画スタートにゃ。
From this point forward, Shrimpy's video switched over to a stroll around town with a handheld camera. She walked along Komachidori, went into Kagami Sweets, and bought sweets for herself. The video didn't show Shrimpy herself, and was styled with a composite photo of her in cosplay at the lower right, while she commented on the shop's ambience and how their snacks tasted. Wait, that's cosplay? I thought she was a VTuber. Oh, that makes her easier to find. I clearly saw 2 moles on her boobs. Just gotta look at everyone's boobs. We'll find her. Honestly, I thought she was a VTuber too. It's kind of hard to know the difference here, isn't it? Yeah. There had been a daily calendar hanging on the wall when Shrimpy went into the shop, so of that there was no doubt. Honestly, if she's not a VTuber, I think it's Hinata. Because no one else has boobs like that. Out of the entire cast. And she likes cute anime things. It has to be someone you know. Yeah, it's not gonna be the fucking librarian. Yeah. There's only one choice. It has to be Hinata. There had been a daily calendar hanging on the wall when Shrimpy went into the shop, so that there was no doubt. Not even a week had passed, so I had high hopes there might be an employee that remembered Shrimpy, but I had been naive of me.
エビーちゃんも外では普段着だろうし、店員さんも気づかないよね。
Wouldn't take notice of her? I mean, she's filming. Yeah, you have a point. Everyone would remember her if she walked around in that skimpy cosplay, so she couldn't possibly be wearing that. And Chihaya's eyes fell to the paper bag from Kagami Sweets she was holding. Want me to hold that?
うん、大丈夫。
Is that a gift for Hinata?
うん。
In the bag were macarons she had bought when we visited the shop earlier. I heard before that they were Hinata's favorite.
いつ渡せるかちょっとわからないけ
One
ど。
more point. You still haven't gotten through to
チ
her?
ョコは送ってるんだけどね。既読もつかない。
I didn't think that was reasonable considering it was so soon after their fight, but it was bizarre for Chihaya and Hinata to go 2 whole days without communicating. This kind of thing had never happened before, even back when we were in elementary school. You're worried about Hinata.
でもまずはこっちが先。私そんなに器用じゃないから。エビーちゃんのことを解決して、それからひなたとちゃんとお話しする。ひなたは待ってくれるから。
It was so like Chihaya not to say. She thought she would wait for her. In truth, I agreed. Alright, let's find Shrimpy, and fast. I think it's time I take another break. I have no more water, so I should go. And see if we make it all the way to 6 a.m. Will we? Who could know? I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Back, and I ate. Resak was a nationwide chain of family restaurants, and there were a few locations in Sumisara that conjoined with other businesses. We stopped by the restaurant located in front of Sumisara Station that was built last year. If there was any Resak location she'd visit right after Kagami Sweets, this would probably be the one. When we got to our seats, Shihaya looked around the restaurant with amusement.
私初めて来た。
Is this your first time in a family restaurant?
そんなわけないでしょ。ここが開店してから。
Yeah, of course, no matter how much of a rich girl she was, it wasn't as if she was lacking in the sensibilities of common people. She, Hinata, and I had actually held study groups at Resak, often in middle and high school. Same for me. Once Misora grew up, we stopped eating out as a family. Yeah, I remember Misora mentioning something about Resak changing their uniforms.
そうなんだ。
There's apparently some controversy over whether the former or current uniforms are better.
喧嘩？どこで？
Who knows? While we prattled on, an employee approached our table wearing that new uniform. What? She can't be in the service industry. She's not nice.
いらっしゃいませ。ルサックにようこそ。
Standing there in a uniform sporting a mini skirt and apron was Asusa.
ご注文はお決まりですか？
She's pretending not to know us.
あずさ？
ご注文はお決まりですか？
This wasn't some case of accidental resemblance. The intensity of her gaze resembled the Azusa we knew. You work at Resak? I didn't realize you were so close. If this was where she worked, then it was true that Suigendo would be an ideal location to bide her time.
ご注文はお決まりですか？
How long have you been working here? I had no idea.
お決まりですか？
It would appear she wasn't being very welcoming. Well, she's not getting a tip. Chihaya, on the other hand, was staring at Azusa with her mouth slightly parted. Was she just as surprised as I was?
ずっと気づかないままでよかったのに。
What was that?
お決まりですか？
She continued to press the issue with a blank face. Probably best if we did as she asked and ordered. Yeah, she might stab us. That was when a broad-shouldered male employee passed by.
店長には関係ないです。
He was likely her superior, and he appeared unperturbed by Asusa's sharp tongue.
あずさちゃん、もう少し愛想よくできないかな。
できません。
仏頂面も素敵だけど、一度くらいはあずさちゃんの笑った顔が見たいな。
蹴るよ。
注文入ります。
The man made a quick escape. Where in the world was all of that about?
早くして。
Storm the manager. She wouldn't even ask, "Are you ready?" anymore. One iced coffee.
かしこまりました。
Azusa filled with a digital terminal with experienced hands and looked over at Chihaya.
そっちは？
Chihaya was looking up at Azusa with the same expression as
こっ
before.
ちと同じのでいい？
Chihaya? Of course. Nasusa went rigid from the sudden physical contact, but she came to her senses and pushed Chihaya back into her seat. That's what I'd like to ask.
私も聞きたい。ごめんなさい、あずさ。私、可愛いものに弱くて、ついめでてしまいたくなるの。
She'd just done transcended being a sucker for cute things or wanting to admire them. You asked me, but I guess that was Chihaya for you.
もういいよ。お願いだからさっさと注文決めて。はい。私もアイスコーヒー。かしこまりました。
Nasusa operated her terminal, and I was amazed by how experienced she was at her job. You were a waitress, part-time?
悪い？
Of course not, but it doesn't violate any school rules, right? That was a hot-button issue lately, with some high schools prohibiting students from having part-time jobs where they serve customers. Really? Why?
校則？
If I recall, can't you not work part-time until you're at least 15?
そうね。お父さんお母さんはご存知なの
？Azusa stared at us blankly, then pointed a harsh glare straight at me.
もしかして。
Do you think I'm 15? I think we've been assuming she's a kid, and maybe she's not.
あんたたち、私が高校生だと思ってんの？
Yep. We do think you're a high schooler. We're contemplating middle school.
私、18歳なんだけど。
Okay.
18歳？
18. She was 2 years younger than us? Seriously?
本当に気づいてなかったの？そりゃ背はちょっと低いかもしれないけどさ。
True. However, I assumed she was younger than Misara and Aino-chan, given her short stature.
見れば大体わかるでしょ？
Definitely not. Her face. Her body. I couldn't see her as anything other than a high schooler. No, a middle schooler.
失礼なこと考えてるでしょ。蹴るよ。
I'm sorry.
エビーちゃんが来たの？ここに？
When Azusa brought us our iced coffees, we asked her about
知
Shrimpy-shun.
らなかった。最近の配信見てなかったし。
It's not for sure yet, but we thought you might know something.
わかんないや。ごめん。いいの。 ありがとうあずさ。
She looked kind of dejected. I had to play backup here. Nothing you can do if you didn't notice her. I'm sure she was in regular street clothes when she was out.
そんなの当然でしょ。頭大丈夫？
And here I have been trying to back her up.
他のバイトにも聞いてみる。待ってて。
Azusa went into the back, and the man from earlier returned to our table.
これサービス。
He set 2 servings of tea green gelato in cups on the table.
鏡茶化のジェラート。夏からメニューに入る予定。
Chihaya's eyes sparkled. Are you sure?
いいのいいの。あずさちゃん、普通に話せる友達がいて安心した。その俺。さっき君たちが入ってくるまで大騒ぎだったんだから。
A huge commotion.
嘘、あいつらじゃん。待ってよ、なんでいるわけ。今まで来たことなかったのに。お願い、このまま通り過ぎて入ってこないで。ああ、来ちゃう。どうしようどうしよう。髪ボサボサじゃん。店長、レジお願い、セットしてくれ。
あずさちゃん働き者だし、周りに気を配れるし、いい子だよ。正直愛想は良くないし、笑ってるの見たことないけど、お客さんを大事にしてるのは伝わるからね。本当はあずさちゃんが笑うところ見てみたいけどね。
I agree with that. Azusa simply didn't smile, but emphasized their emotions much more fervently than others. It was exactly because she never smiled that it came across so strongly whenever she seemed to be having fun or seemed upset. All the more reason that I understood how the manager felt when he said he wanted to see Azusa's smile.
客商売としては問題あるかもしれないし、特に僕への当たりが。
何サボってんの店長。
ああ、いや、あずさちゃんを預かる身としてお友達にご挨拶を。
蹴るよ。
Is this store manager Sampo? It's not, I don't think it's exactly the same tone, but he reminds me of Sampo's way of talking.
食料庫入ります。
他の子も知らないって。
I see. Thanks for going to the trouble to check.
別にこれくらい。それより店長と何話してたの？あいつ余計なこと言わなかった？
Absolutely not. No, I don't believe so. I couldn't bear to see your manager get kicked, so I pretended I hadn't heard anything.
本当に？
Yeah, isn't that right, Chihaya? Chihaya?
いや。
You?
やっぱり可愛い。外見だけじゃなくて中身も素敵。大好きよ。この溢れる気持ち、どれだけ言っても足りない。ああ、もう永遠にギュッとしていたい。もうなんなのこいつ。話してごめんなさい。気持ちを抑えられなくて。私 初めてで、どうしちゃったのかな私。
I was just about to ask.
っていうか私のセリフだし、飲んだらさっさと帰ってね。
Damn, she's kicking us out?
どうぞごゆっくり。
After making a quick trip to the bathroom, I spotted Asusa carrying around plates of food when I came back onto the floor. It was probably just an optical illusion that her tray looked awfully huge to me. I guess all we have to show for today is that we got to see Asusa like this. We bought a present for Hinata at Kagami Sweets and finished a coffee cup's worth of conversation at Rasaka. I guess they won't give us a lead on Shrimpy-chan that easily. When I got back to my seat, Chihaya was staring down at her smartphone. Shrimpy's video was on the screen. Given how serious she looked, she appeared to be concentrating and hadn't noticed my return.
そんな。
Did you figure something out?
なんでもない。ごめんなさい、急用ができちゃった。お金は後でいい？
She's gonna recognize the moles on her boobs. Sure, but what's going on?
本当にごめんなさい。
They were only visible when she zoomed in on her boobs. So that was probably important. Chihaya ignored me and made a quick escape.
もう一人は？
She said something came up.
そっか。まあ、あんたでもいいよ。
Azusa took something out of her apron pocket and set it on the table. It was an acrylic keychain featuring printed artwork on the front. This looked vaguely familiar.
忘れ物。さっきのといつも一緒にいる人の。
You mean Hinata? Oh.
あった。残っててくれた。
It was the acrylic keychain Hinata had bought a while back.
前に来た時忘れてったの。渡しといて。
Hinata came to Rasak by herself? That was kind of unexpected. Got it, thanks.
あ、それと次からはまとめて注文しないでって言っといて。
Order all at once?
あいつさ、3つ頼んだの。パフェ。
All of a sudden, Azusa's voice sounded much more gloomy.
一人で来たのに3つとも違う種類のパフェ頼んだの。しかもいっぺんに持ってきてほしいって。ひどくない？
Clearly seemed annoyed, but I wasn't sure what in particular she was mad at. Wow, that sounds rough.
大変だよ。
Azusa rambled on in rapid fire, like she had finally found someone to complain to.
パフェって丁寧に作らないと形が崩れちゃうの。でも早く作らないとアイスが溶けちゃうから大変なの。3ついっぺんに出すのはもっと大変なの。しかも全部違う種類。手順を考えなきゃだし、他のことできなくなるし、店長がサボるの見張らなきゃだし。お昼の忙しい時に100点満点のパフェ3つ出すのは無理なの。80点3つになっちゃうの。映える写真撮りたかったらせめて夕方とかお客さんが少ない時にしてよ。私だってできれば100点満点パフェを作りたいんだから。
Get it, Azusa. Please calm down.
落ち着いてられると思う？
I silently pointed behind Asusa.
後ろ何が
She turned around and found herself at a loss for words. All of the guests in the surrounding seats, as well as our manager behind the counter, were staring at Asusa. Nobody was upset that Asusa had been shouting loudly enough for her voice to carry across the floor. The opposite, actually. Everyone gave her a peaceful, amused look. Everyone was inspired by how such a tiny girl was speaking so passionately of her pride as an employee at a family restaurant. I bet there were a bunch of customers that assumed Asusa was a middle or high schooler too. By the way, the manager was crying his eyes out. Asusa turned back to face me. Her cheeks flushed bright red.
まあ綺麗に食べてくれたからいいけどさ、写真撮るだけで食べない人とかだっているし、それに比べれば。
About the next fighting game is a twin-stick shooter. Melty said it was like a Survivor. Oh, the types who were only after nice-looking photos to upload online? That wasn't right. So you don't shoot yourself? If that's the case, you're not the one shooting, right? I had no idea that Hinata liked parfaits so much, though. Did she get 3 at once to compare flavors or something?
どうだろう。新メニューは一通り食べるってお客さんもいるよ。あいつもそのタイプなのかも。あんたも食べてく？
Good idea. May as well while I'm here. 3 items off the new menu.
それとね、ルサックでは新メニューに挑戦してきたの。こっちも全部大当たり。しかも店員さんが奇跡のノーデレツンルリ美少女で最高オブ最高。恋人ちゃんたちもあの子が吐く空気を吸う目的でルサック行くべき。
Were all 3 of those parfaits new menu items?
そうだよ。だから余計に作るの大変だった。
Are there any other new items aside from those parfaits?
今月はパフェだけ。たくさんあったら覚えるの大変じゃん。
That certainly was true. No, that wasn't the problem. By any chance, was Hinata recording on her phone while she ate? Azusa glanced slightly upwards and thought about it.
そういえば撮ってた。左手でスマホ持ったまま完食してた。器用だなって思ったから。
Sorry. I'll have the parfait another time. Check, please.
ありがとうございました。
Well, I figured it out. Shrimpy is Hinata. I never even considered that. It hadn't even crossed my mind. I was still having trouble linking it all together. It was just how mismatched Hinata and Shrimpy were in my mind. I knew that she liked anime and manga, and I knew that she immediately got hyped up whenever she talked about the things she liked. I also knew that she was the type to keep herself in check and would often say it was because of her duty to support Chihaya. Hinata was passionate about a myriad of things, but she kept her interests hidden from others. But Hinata, of all people, was Shrimpy. That's no use. I really can't picture it. We had been together since we were kids, and I had seen her nearly every day. In a sense, we were close enough that we knew each other better than family. That probably explained why I was having trouble wrapping my head around this. That she had a side to her that I didn't know about. If I were to look at this objectively, then I would have deduced that Hinata was shrimpy a long time ago. But I failed to do so. The version of Hinata in my head had impaired my judgment. That's right, Chihaya. Chihaya had probably noticed that Hinata was shrimpy as well. That's why she had rushed out of her sack earlier. She's not answering. The end of the call when... Chihaya? I'm heading over now to see Hinata. Looks like you noticed it too, Junya. Sorry to be selfish, but Hinata is my best friend, so I have to hear her out. Why? Hinata said what she did. Any messages I sent were left unread, and she had ignored my calls. I decided to go look for Hinata. Assuming I know... Doesn't she live, like, right next to Chihaya? Sunset on a spring evening, reading on a bench in the park. A moment in time just for me that nobody would interrupt. What a blissful way to spend my time. How long had it been since I had this kind of free time? This may have been the first time in my entire life. I had finally been set free from her.
ひなた、お呼びですか、千早様。
How could I mishear the sound of the wind for a person's voice?
バカだな、私。
Closed my book and put it away in my bag. In the several hours since I came to this park this afternoon, I haven't gotten through even a single page. I just couldn't get in the mood to read the book. I hadn't gotten much sleep since I uploaded that fake news story video to Shrimpy channel. My mind had been a complete jumble ever since, between the sense of exhilaration I felt after making good on the grudge I had held for all these years, and the regret I felt wondering why I had done such a thing. It had been painful for me to look at the messages Chihaya-sama sent over Choco, so I left my phone behind, rushed out of the house, and walked around aimlessly.
それで来たのがここなわけ。ほんとバカだな、私。
It was an insignificant, tiny park that even the local children seemed to have long forgotten. I hadn't been here since I was in elementary school. I had passed by plenty of times and peeked in from the outside, but never considered stopping in for a visit. That was probably just what parks were like.
小学生か。
Back in those days, Chihaya-sama's personality had been the polar opposite of what it was now. She was inquisitive, would often defy her parents, and cause nothing but trouble on a daily basis. Junya-san and I were at her mercy every single day. I suppose that had been fun in its own way. At some point or another, she turned into the current Chihaya-sama. It was around that same time that I came up with the idea that she became a lady for Junya-san's sake, and let myself be enthralled by her. However, that had not been the case. Chihaya-sama had simply switched over to the personality she needed as the only daughter of the Ojo family. This personality in which she left all of her decisions in the hands of other people. When Junya-san and I were young, we had made up our minds to support Chihaya-sama together. I never actually directly said it out loud. I was too afraid to acknowledge it. Well, because I didn't want to admit that the princess that I had chosen to put my life on the line to support was a puppet with no will of her own. She will be able to make her own decisions someday. That was what I believed. And if she doesn't, I will keep on supporting her. Or so I believe.
なんで我慢できなかったのかな、私。
んたが、何も決められないあんたが私のことだけそんな簡単に決めるの？どうして私の人生だけそんな簡単に決断できちゃうの？私の価値はティーカップより軽いわけ？ふざけないで！もう我慢できない。あんたなんか勝手にすればいい。今日をもって付き人はやめます。
Why had I given in to my anger? I wasn't entirely sure myself. The cafe's operating hours hadn't really mattered all that much. If she had wanted me to serve tables daily, I believe I would have done so with pleasure. So why was it so out of the question for me at that moment? I hadn't been able to stand it.
なんでだっけ？
I had only meant for that urgent Shrimpy-chan stream to act as some minor harassment. When I heard that had been the reason for her father to expedite the demolishment of the old estate, I was ashamed of how short-sighted I had been. I suppose it was too late for that. Before the demolishment of the old estate, I had done something I couldn't take back. I had already decisively destroyed my relationship with Chihaya-sama. Things would never go back to the way they once were.
もう戻れないんだ。
The second I thought that, 2 days' worth of drowsiness overcame me all at once. Nobody was around anyway. May as well take a quick nap. It was a careless thing to do and something I would ordinarily avoid at all costs, but I didn't feel like fighting the urge to stay awake in a public park. If anything, a part of me even wished that someone would hurt me while I was asleep. I felt like there would be no other way for me to atone for the sins I had committed. The deepening drowsiness felt so comforting.
もういいや。どうなったって。ひなた！
I looked up at that startling voice to find a figure rushing toward me from the park entrance.
ひなた、ようやく見つけた。
It was unusual to see Chihaya-sama thus out of breath. She had likely been searching for this place for quite some time.
千早様。
I was angry with myself for adding Sama to the end of her name after all this time.
何の用ですか？お付きはやめたと申し上げたはずです。
I wanted to appear indifferent and push her away, but the tone of my voice suggested otherwise. The fact that she had run on her own 2 feet around Sumisara for me absolutely singed my heart.
ひなた、あなた、エビーちゃんなのよね。
How did she know? I never imagined I would be doxxed by Chihaya-sama. I bet Junya-san had helped her and investigated Shrimpy-chan. All the same though, he's quickly.
そうよね。
何のことですか？
That shouldn't be. This was just a leading question. There was no way she'd outed me. My outfit went without saying, but my hair and makeup were also different. There shouldn't be any way that Chihaya-sama or Junya-san had seen through me. One of the boys in my class was the head of the Shrimpy-chan fan club, but even he hadn't realized that I was her. Even when I was on location in Sumisara, I had deliberately visited shops during their busiest time slots and made sure not to leave a lasting impression on their employees. Not a single person had realized who I was. My Shrimpy-chan disguise was perfect.
違うっていうの？
なぜそんなこと言うのかわかりません。 何か証拠でも？
Ah, I messed up. That was the sort of line a guilty person would say when questioned by a detective. I was shaken. Shaken by the fact that Chihaya-sama was trying to expose my secret. I was torn between the belief that she would never dox me, while simultaneously feeling like I wouldn't mind being exposed by her.
ほくろよ。
You're moles. I said it.
千早様、何を？
What the fuck? Oh, that's a thumbnail right there.
ここにほくろあるでしょ。2個、大きいのと小さいの。動画で胸がアップになった時見えたのよ。
声ちゃんと聞こえてる？音ちっちゃい多数かな。マイク位置変えるね。マイクちゃん、こっちおいで。
Oh, that time.
よくご存知でしたね。
Never forget. You would screenshot that? Absolutely. Honestly, I honestly hadn't realized it until I started cosplaying.
高校卒業まで一緒にお風呂入っていたんだもの。ひなたの体のことは何でも知ってる。
Damn, he was really looking. That unbecoming assertion for a lady to make echoed through the empty park. Still, I couldn't believe that was what had exposed me.
なんか悔しい。
なんですって？
そのほくろ、私だけが知ってるひなたの秘密だと思ってた。なのに私が知らないところでたくさんの殿方に見せていたなんて。
Well, not just gentlemen.
なんでだろう。なんかすっごく悔しい。
It was in that moment that I learned that Chihaya-sama wanted to keep me all to herself. This stroked the guilt in my heart while simultaneously inciting a sudden feeling of exhilaration. Since my goal had been to give her the despair that came from being betrayed by a trusted friend. A piece of my heart broke off each time I saw Chihaya-sama look sad. It made my soul cry out in agony. Even so, I ignored it.
認めなさい。エビーはあなたなんでしょ。
はいはい。その通りです。私がエビーです。それが何ですか？千早様には関係ないことです。
関係あります。
Yes, I was sure it did. Shrimpy Channel's fake scoop video had put the renovation project in a precarious situation. The video had been nothing but a series of random nonsense. There was no basis nor evidence to any of it. But that only caused the rumors to spread even more. It was difficult to draw any conclusions. The only way to quickly resolve this would likely be to have me delete the video and upload an apology video in its place.
私は
But then what could Chihaya-sama do? How would she persuade me? It was futile. Nothing Chihaya-sama could say would move me any longer.
教えてほしいの。夢見るウサギさんのこと。
Huh?
どういう意味ですか？
メールを送ってきた夢見るウサギさんという方に会わせてほしいの。嘘を言ってるなら訂正してもらえるように説得する。でももし確証があるなら北条家の娘として
世間に公表するつもり。
Could it be? Could it be that she believed this? She believed that I received this information from Dreaming Bunny and uploaded that fake news video based on it?
お父様はありえないって言ってた。でもそれは体面を守るための嘘かもしれない。ひなたが私に相談もせずに動画を上げたのは私に迷惑をかけないためだったのでしょ。でも私はたとえ北条家にとって忌まわしい過去だったとしてもきちんと向き合いたい。こんなこと純也に言ったらきっと反対するだろうから一人で話をしに来たの。ひなたに。
千早様。
This was it. This was Chihaya Hojo. Even after all that had happened, she had no suspicions of what I had done. She believed I was trying to be a whistleblower all on my own. She thought her own father might be lying and thought Junior-san would oppose her, but she still trusted me. Her faith in me surpassed everything else. Yes, of course, I was sure that would be the case. After all, I had always lived up to that faith and supported her.
なんて名誉なことでしょうか。
ひなた、それじゃ。
けれど、だからこそ終わりにしなければ。
The problem was simple. Chihaya-sama depended on Junior-san and I for all of her decisions. That was because Junior-san and I were worthy of trust. The only way to get Chihaya-sama to stand and walk on her own was to destroy that connection. My only option was to ruin our relationship. And I knew just how to do it.
千早様がどうしてご自身で何も決められないのか。その理由、私には分かっています。
突然何？今その話はしてないでしょ。
Chihaya-sama tilted her head as trepidation arose to her eyes. In them was a projection of Chihaya-sama's heart that only I understood.
ご自身で何も決められない。いえ、何も決めない理由は。
ひなた、あなた、何を？
純也さんのためなのでしょう。やめて！
Her change in response was clear to see, and she coldly shut her down. Yeah, I expected as much from her.
千早様のお気持ちを純也さんにお伝えすべきです。
やめなさい、ひなた。
ご自分でも分かっているのでしょう。あなたは頭のいい方です。あなたは人として致命的な欠陥を抱えていながら、そんな自分を客観的に見る力がある。だから本当はどうするべきなのか分かっているはずです。あなたは純也さんに。や
めて、聞きたくない。
Chihaya-sama tried to cover her ears with both hands. What childish behavior. But it was for that very reason. It was for that very reason that she was adorable. It was for that very reason why I found it repulsive.
すべてはあなたの問題なんです、純也さんは。やめて！言わないで！あなたが変わらないから、変わろうとしないから。だから純也さんはあなたを好きになってくれないんです。違う！純也は関係ないんだから！
Silence was deafening. How long had it been since I had seen Chihaya-sama pour her heart out like this?
千早、ひなた。
純也さん。
She was grabbing those boobs for a long time. I found the two of them by coincidence. An acquaintance from the neighborhood association happened to catch sight of Chihaya, allowing me to narrow down their location. After that, though, all I could do was run as hard as I could. I looked off to my side where I thought I heard someone shout my name and spotted them at the entrance to the park. It was a tiny park I had often played in as a child, but had stopped for one reason or another. It's them. The two of them were in that park, fondling each other. Chihaya, Hinata. They must have been having quite an argument. They both looked worn out. Hinata, you're shrimpy, right? Put on a correction to that video. The way things are going, the old estate will be demolished before the cafe can get off the ground. The three of us worked so hard to reach this point. Everyone's working together, too. You can't...
頑張ってきたのは純也さんと私です。この女は後からうなずいていただけでしょ。
Chihaya's expression went stiff. Hinata.
純也さん、もう終わりにすべきです。千早様のために無駄な努力をするのはもうやめましょう。私と純也さんがどんなに頑張っても無理だったんです。これからもずっと何も決めず誰かに責任を押し付けていくのでしょう。政治家一族の人間としては正しい生き方なのかもしれませんけれど、私はこれ以上付き合おうとは思えない。それは時間の無駄です。千早様は変わらない。いえ、変われないんです。それが千早様の人格なのだから。違う、そんなことない。このままじゃいけないって分かってる。自分のことだもの。でもダメなの。自分で決めようとすると声が出なくなるの。怖くて。私だって変わりたい。変わろうと努力してる。今はまだダメだけど、いつかきっと。嘘です。純也さんがいるからそんな。
Hinata clamped her mouth shut at Chihaya's piercing screech. There was a definitive power behind her words, almost as if she could force people to do as she commanded. It was at times like these that you could tell she was the daughter of a politician.
純也さん、あなたもはっきりさせるべきです。
Me?
いつまでもこれまでの関係でいられるわけじゃない。それは純也さんだって分かっているはずです。私は千早様が変わることはないと思っています。そんなことない。私だってきっと変われる。純也さん、あなたはどっちが正しいと思いますか？純也。
She wanted me to pick which of them was right? No, it was wrong to choose either of them, because they were both lying. Each of them was lying and making themselves a scapegoat in order to avoid hurting the other person and to avoid hurting me. They were the kind, sort of lies. I understood where both of them were coming from, though. That was just how long I had been with Chihaya and Inata. I wasn't going to choose, I was going to trust. I would trust. would trust Chihaya. I wasn't going to trust what Chihaya said, I was going to trust Chihaya herself. After all, Chihaya was lying.
変わってみせる。自分のことだもの。自分で何とかする。
You're lying. Hinata is right, Chihaya. You can't change on your own.
そんな。
If you could, I'm sure you would have changed a long time ago. But you couldn't. I'm sure even now you don't quite understand what the problem is.
そんな。純也さん。
It's not Chihaya's fault. Hinata and I share the blame. We were hiding your flaws from you.
それは。
Hinata and I wanted you to stay a princess. As long as we made all of your decisions for you, then you could stay a princess. That was what we believed. I'm sorry, Chihaya.
純也。
I want to do something for you. Starting now, I believe I can do something.
今さら何を。純也さんがおっしゃったんじゃないですか。変われないって。
You did?
だったら。
She can't change on her own. That is what I said. Chihaya isn't alone. I'm here, and so are you, Hinata. She can do it with all three of us here. I'm positive of that.
純也。
Don't you feel the same way, Hinata? Isn't that why you were waiting in this park? Isn't that why you're here? Because you were waiting for Chihaya to come to see you?
ひなた。あなた。
Chihaya cautiously approached Hinata.
違います。
Hinata backed off to try and put some distance between them, but her movements were shallow and weak.
それに結局この人を動かしたのは純也さんじゃないですか。私を説得するよう来させたんでしょ。この人は変わらないんです。私の気持ちは関係ない。
You're wrong. Chihaya came here on her own. We were talking at Risak, and then Chihaya ran out to fight you. I realized Trimpe's identity after the fact, but I have no clue how Chihaya figured it out.
嘘です。そんな千早様が。
I have a witness. Azusa was there to see it. There's no reason to lie, is she? Hinata peered up at Chihaya fearfully when she approached her.
千早様。どうしてもひなたと話したかった。でもどこにいるのかわからなくて。だからひなたと過ごしたことのある場所を一つずつ探したの。この公園3人でよく遊んだよね。あの頃の私はこんなじゃなかった。純也やひなたが止めるのも聞かずにいつも迷惑かけてたよね。ひなたはずっと待っていてくれたんだね。私が戻ってくるのを待たせてごめんね。もう戻れない。私あんなひどいことを言ってしまった。絶対に言わないって決めてたのに自分でもどうしてなのか。
Hinata, I'm partially to blame for that. You know, Hinata, you seemed pretty happy when Chihaya said she would try to work hard on her own.
あの千早様が一人で頑張ってみる。千早様にお仕えして以来待ち望んでいた言葉です。
You looked really happy back then. When I saw you like that, I couldn't tell you that I was the one who made the suggestion. I thought that if it made you happy, I should keep it to myself. That backfired. I'm sorry, Hinata.
ジャイアさん
The three of us start over.
私
ひなた
千早様
お願い。私にはひなたが必要なの。いつかはひなたの理想の北条千早になってみせる。でもそれはすぐには無理だから、それまで私を支えてほしい。私の一番近くで。
Chihaya gently patted Hinata's head as she cried.
大丈夫、もう大丈夫だから。
I've been thinking the same thing. It would be alright now, no matter what happened going forward. I was sure they would wind up supporting each other. I could believe that. That's how I saw it anyway.
ひなた大好きよ。ひなた。
申し訳ありませんでした前回の兵器研究所の話、フェイクニュースだったと判明いたしました。いやー、エビーちゃんネット歴長いのにすっかり騙されちゃったよ。恥ずかしいにゃ。建物の持ち主の方にはリアルでお会いして謝罪させていただきました。今回は本当に反省したにゃ。しばらくは面白い話見つけてもすぐに飛びついたりしないようにする。改めて申し訳ありませんでした。それじゃあ反省はここまで。ここからはいつものエビーチャンネルにゃ。今日は前回の続き、グサックのパフェ新メニューを紹介するにゃ。奇跡のノーデルツンロリ美少女店員さんも楽しみにしててにゃ。それじゃあ行ってみよう。
Yeah, it's the person I suspected. No one else had boobs like that. I got a choco message from Chihaya as soon as I arrived at my destination. Morning. Mother came to a decision after what happened yesterday. Finally time, huh? Last night Chihaya explained what happened with Shrimpy Channel to her father. Chihaya told him that she had identified Shrimpy and had her put up an apology video, and she wanted to resume renovating the old estate now that the issue was resolved. Hojo-san wasn't familiar with Shokocasters and would give her an answer later after discussing it with the secretary, Kido-san. That answer had finally come in. How did it go? I assumed everything would be okay, but the wait had been agonizing. I got his approval to resume the renovation. Alright. I had been feeling restless since this morning, and it felt like I had finally found some relief. The rumors immediately quieted down once Shrimpy Channel uploaded an apology video. I had figured it would take time for rumors to simmer down once they had spread, so this had been unexpected. The reason being rather shockingly because the rumors hadn't actually spread very far from the start. Shrimpy's fans apparently hadn't taken her scoop video very seriously to begin with. Most of the comments on her apology video were something like, "I knew it was a meme the whole time," or "This wasn't part of some game collab." I assumed things would escalate after the estate was vandalized with graffiti, but it seemed to be an outlier. Pretty much nobody had taken what Shrimpy said as seriously, and at least not as much as we, Ojo-san, and Kido-san had. Put another way, the vast majority of Shrimpy's fans had enough sense to not fall prey to news from sketchy sources. I could tell by the look on Hinata's face that she had a hard time accepting she wasn't as influential as she thought, but she decided to take it as a lucky break. Glad to hear that. Congrats. I appreciate the help, Junia. Let's rearrange the study right away tomorrow. We have to hurry to make up for the delay. You can make it, right? She's sure psyched up. I can make it, but can everyone else? It's fine. If it's just a couple of us, I'll send them a DM. Hinata can't come though. She's still grounded. I'm sure she is. Hinata owned up to her mistakes and told her father what she had done. Chihaya was present during this particular conversation and insisted Hinata be forgiven, and it sounded like her father wasn't too angry with her. In the end, they came to an agreement to forgive her mistakes after a week of being confined to her home, where she can live stream more. We'll have Hinata help lots when she comes back. Tomorrow? Tomorrow then, don't be late, okay? The Shrimpy problem has been resolved, so let's focus on the next job. That was what I had come here for today, to the location of my brother's accident. I set my bike against the guardrail and took a seat myself. The weather was great and the wind felt excellent. Brother, it's been a while. No, maybe it actually hasn't. Come to think of it, I had just been here last month for the anniversary of his death. It feels like it's been a while, though. A lot has happened this spring. Every day has been jam-packed. Oh yeah, I've met a few people who said they knew you. They're all girls, of course. You sure were popular. You remember Yuriko-san? She said she's come back to Sumisara. She said she's become an idol. Awesome, right? And I heard you were dating Ichihashi-san? You should have told me. I felt like an idiot. And also, Azusa. You and Azusa knew each other, right? No, they must have had a stronger connection than that, otherwise... You took a job to help Azusa, right? She won't tell me what it was, though. If you did, then you can't let her make a face like that. Don't you get it, brother? Did you forget the company motto? It's the customer's smile is the greatest compensation of all. That's right, I didn't want Azusa to cry and look like she was in constant agony. I had already made the decision to do whatever I could to help her. I'll take over that job, brother. I came here today to tell you that. Chihaya and Hinata had finally faced the issues they had been ignoring and could finally move forward. They faced themselves and each other and were ready to destroy their relationship if needed. When I saw those two, I felt that I had to do the same. I had thought I had overcome Takaya's death. Since I had gone to school, hung out with my friends, and went about my job like I normally did, but I hadn't overcome anything. Instead, I was trying to avoid facing reality. I honestly wasn't sure how it was different, and I often wondered if I shouldn't just leave well enough alone. No matter how I tried to wrap my mind around it, I couldn't cause problems for those around me. But I want to help Azusa. I'm positive Azusa won't work with me. She's told me time and time again that I can't be Takaya's replacement. You may not want me to take the reins either, but I have to. Selfish, but I'm going to do it. To make that happen, I first had to figure out what job Takaya had taken. What I knew was that Azusa had been his client, and the old estate was connected in some form or fashion. I only had those two things to go off of, but we were off to an optimistic start. First off, I'll try to take another look around your room. You wouldn't mind leaving at least one lead behind for me, would you? A strong wind rocked my bike. It was an iffy breeze that I wasn't sure was a tailwind or a headwind. Alright, let's get this job started. One hour later. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. I was feeling incredibly motivated. Hello, Yuki. Welcome, welcome. Nice to meet you too. How are you? How are you today? I was feeling incredibly motivated when I returned home to sort through my brother's belongings, only to come up short. His laptop His laptop battery was dead and password protected, so I decided to leave it with Dad and Misara for the time being. There was a good chance he had things on there he didn't want us to see. You like visual novels too? I'm good. Kinda sleepy. I've been reading a visual novel for 6 hours already. I don't think I'll be much longer. It's a long game. Have you played this one? On top of that, there didn't seem to be anything else in this room that would amount to a clue. My brother wasn't a materialistic person, and he was the type to frequent his local library to borrow books. All he had on his shelves were a few magazines and a row of gifts he had received from others. It would have been helpful if he had left behind a journal or letters, but Misara likely took care of those ages ago if any existed. I would occasionally come into his room to space out following his death, but didn't dare touch any of his belongings. It didn't feel right to look through his things without his permission. That's what I believed anyway. Don't push yourself too much. You wanna rest? Yeah. I just I'll probably finish this scene and go. So far, I am enjoying it. I'm still trying to understand where the story is going. I have my suspicions, but the characters are fun, and I've been enjoying. it. It's my third day playing it. I've been playing it for 3 days already, but it's a very big game, I think. I haven't finished a single route. In that sense, you could say that I had taken a step forward today, even though I was back to square one. What's your favorite visual novel? We've only just begun. I won't give up. You better prepare yourself, brother. Well, Cyan, avert your eyes. When I came back downstairs, Mizura and Aino-chan returned home from school and were slurping away on Hapiko ice cream.
Junni, おかえり。おかえりなさい、ジュンヤさん。
Did you really like those, huh? I looked around for Asusa, but she was nowhere to be found. Who would have thought she'd be slurping away with them? Where's Asusa? Doesn't she have work today? Asusa had started killing time before work by hanging out at Suigendo. She must have gone on the offensive now that we knew where she worked, and had gotten into the routine of telling us when our next shift would be. The only catch was that she'd apparently told Misara and I know that they absolutely couldn't
あ
come.
ずん、今日はお休みなんだってバイト。用事があるそうです。
I see. The part of me was just a little relieved to see Asusa wouldn't be coming. Those feelings directly contradicted my decision to face her head on. Man, I really was pathetic. Just as I was about to head back to my room, I noticed that crude bundle of leaflets and envelopes on the reception table.
ああ、それ今日の郵便。
Anything for me?
わかんない。まだ見てない。
Your job. The story of the game. So, it has a lot of moving parts, but it's completely slice of life. You're a guy, and you're in university. Your brother died like 1 year ago in an accident. I have suspicions that this ties into the plot, and you're going to find out that it wasn't an accident and he was killed, but I don't know. Right? It's just my suspicion. But otherwise, you are helping your friends. Like, the main character does odd jobs around the town where he lives, and you're helping your friend renovate an old house into a cafe, and you're helping another person that you just met studying old houses like old Japanese style houses. So those are the two main love interests that I've interacted with. There's also a kid, or I guess she's not a kid, but she looks like a kid, who is like kind of stalking you in a way. She knows she knew your brother before he died, and you don't know what their relationship was like, but she's like blaming you for his death and saying you can't take his place, something like that. So I feel like, even though I played 3 days of it, I feel like I am early into being able to describe it, but also because it's very slice of life. So a lot of it is mundane, but interesting, and I like how it's written. It does have a few typos, which I do not like, but I enjoy the art and the scenes quite a lot, and the characters are fun too. I don't know. I don't want to give away too much either. So I'm not gonna tell you why I think there's a conspiracy about the brother's death, but I think there is. Just in case you decide to play it, I don't want to ruin the game, obviously. But yeah, a lot of stuff revolves around people that knew your brother, and trying to figure out what happened to him. And then it's It's a lot of character growth, coming of age stuff. Which I guess is happening to the romantic interests. There's another romantic interest that is apparently an idol, but I've only met her once. So I don't know anything. I don't really know anything about her. Checking the mail was one of Misara's responsibilities.
食べてからやるつもりだったな。
It's fine, I'll handle it.
いいの。順にラブチマックス。
Yeah, yeah. I sat down on the sofa and sorted through the mail. We received a decent amount of mail, but it was easy to sort since the majority of the stack were bills addressed to Suigendo. That was when I saw the name addressed on one of the postcards and my body froze. Takaya Mizumoto-sama. Misara and Aino rushed over with their habiko stick in their mouths. The seal with Sugendo's address and Takaya's name printed was stamped onto the government-issued postcard. Government-issued postcard? The center field had Mahiru Children's Center stamped onto it. Mahiru Children's Center, what's that about?
児童養護施設だよ。高兄が担当してたとこ。
What? He was? I checked the back and there was a good deal of amateurishly printed text. It was an invitation to their monthly group reading.
父さんから伝えてあるはずだけど、高兄のことは。
Takaya's name must have still been on their direct mailing list. In actuality, Takaya's name should have been removed from the list when Dan got in touch with them. Which suggested there was someone at Mahiru's Children's Center who was bad at paperwork. Meaning it was sheer coincidence that this had been delivered today. Yes, coincidence. But there's nothing wrong with it being a coincidence, is there?
順に？純也さん？
Man, my brother sure knew how to read the room. I had finally found a lead. There we go. That looks like my time to stop. Chapter 5 Secrets. Alright. The plot thickens. I did not know about that. We didn't know about that. None of us knew. Yeah. I'm sorry, Yuki, I don't know if you wanted to ask anything else about the game, or if my explanation was good. I'll be here tomorrow, playing more of it. 6 hours earlier than now. That's been Since Memories of the Starry Sky. Like I said, I'll be playing more of it tomorrow. We'll definitely be finishing at least one route completely. I don't know if we do more. It depends on how different it all is, and how fulfilling the story is for one round. Yeah, no worries. I hope you found it at least slightly interesting. I was asking what was your favorite visual novel. I don't know if you heard me. But yeah, I'm out for today. I'm very happy I finally managed to go all the way to 6 AM again, because I've been extra sleepy lately. But I'm gonna be a sleepy boy without skipping stream hours right now. Not sure yet. Okay, that's fair. I recommend Danganronpa. Alright. Goodbye and good night, and thank you for watching and hanging out, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.